Thank you for starting the recording. Okay, there we go. We're up and running. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is day 3 of our WWRP Local Parks Category Technical Review. We have a full day of projects. Our advisory committee is here, ready to go, and our first applicant that is presenting this morning. So go ahead and share this, and it looks like Kai and Aaron are here to present on behalf of Bothell, so thank you so much for being here. On time, ready to go. I'm just a couple minutes behind, but we will pull up your presentation. There we go. Can you see that okay on the full screen? Excellent.
Yep.
All right. And I'd be happy to advance the slides for you or pass you control, whatever your preference is.
Yeah, could you pass me control, please?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. It should activate that for you. Yeah, looks like you're moving the mouse around. There we go.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
All right. Well, go right whenever you're ready. Go right ahead. You got 12 minutes.
Great, thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Kai Patnode, and I'm the Planning and Capital Project Assistant for the City of Bothell Parks and Rec Department. And I'm joined by Aaron Milner. He's the Planning and Development Manager for the Parks Department, and he's here to support me as needed. And today I'm going to be talking about the Inclusive Playground Project at Cedar Grove Park in Bothell. So Cedar Grove Park is located in Bothell, Washington, a growing suburban city in western Washington, about 20 miles northeast of downtown Seattle. The city is located in both King and Snohomish counties. And within Bothell, Cedar Grove Park is located in the Snohomish County or northern portion of the city near the Interstate 405 and State Route 527 junction. While Cedar Grove Park is nearly 13 acres in size, the Inclusive Playground project itself will only occupy about 3/4 of an acre where the existing playground area is today. Cedar Grove Park opened to the public in 2005 and was formerly a mink farm. Today it's one of Bothell's 5 community-scale parks. Currently, the existing playground is not fully accessible, and the Inclusive Playground project addresses clear community needs. Providing inclusive play areas is a priority for the City of Bothell, as outlined in Goal 1 in the city's 2020 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space or PROS plan. Objective 1.8 within Goal 1 specifically states the need to, quote, design and maintain parks and facilities as funding allows to ensure universal accessibility for residents of all physical capabilities, skill levels, and age as appropriate, and to assess planned and existing parks and trails for compliance with the adopted Americans with Disability Act standards for accessible design. The 2020 PROS plan also highlights that 9.7% of Bothell's population age 5 and older has a disability that interferes with life activities, and that persons with disabilities under the age of 65 in Bothell is 5.7%. These findings further signal the need to design inclusive parks, recreational facilities, and programs in Bothell, especially as the city does not currently have any fully inclusive and accessible playgrounds. In addition to the PROS plan, the city has identified the need to replace 7 playgrounds across the city due to age, wear, and inaccessibility. Cedar Grove Park was chosen first in the city for initial playground replacement due to some factors which I will get into later, but ultimately the need to replace playgrounds in the city presents an opportunity to re-examine how we've historically approached playground design. The existing playground will be replaced with a universally accessible play environment covering about 3/4 of an acre. Key features include accessible swings and spinners, nature-based log play elements, a small accessible hill with a polished concrete slide, sensory play opportunities, sand and water play, seating areas, public art, a multi-use sports court, and more. While the existing playground includes several play elements, it was not designed to fully support children of all abilities, and it's nearing the end of its useful life. This rendering looks northeast across the proposed playground and highlights features such as a log swing set, a wheelchair-accessible swing, the seating circle, which will have art, the constructed ADA-accessible hill called Harper's Hill, and the polished concrete slide. This rendering looks southwest across the site and highlights additional play features, including nature-based climbing elements, accessible surfacing, the wheelchair accessible spinner, and sensory play opportunities. In the background, you can see the log swing set, the wheelchair swing, the seating circle, and Harper's Hill. Going back to the 7 potential sites in need of playground replacement, Cedar Grove Park was selected as the first inclusive playground redevelopment site for several important reasons. First being its location. The Snohomish County portion of Bothell is comparatively underserved with parks, despite being geographically similar in size to the King County portion of the city. The Snohomish County portion of the city was annexed much later than the King County portion, which contributes to that imbalance. Cedar Grove Park was also chosen due to its close location to major transportation corridors, such as I-405 and State Route 527, the Canyon Park Transit Center, the Canyon Park Commercial Shopping Center, and its proximity to several residential neighborhoods. In addition to its location, Cedar Grove Park has some existing features that sets the site up well for an inclusive and accessible playground. Like, for example, the park already has marked ADA stalls with the potential for more. There are existing accessible pathways into the playground area from multiple locations. There are existing trees and vegetation at the site, and these trees provide a significant buffer to 9th Avenue Southeast. And the site is relatively flat, meaning that there's minimal grading challenges here. So moving into budget, the total construction cost is estimated at a little over $2.7 million. The city's already committed $2.2 million in local funding and is requesting an additional $500,000 through the WWRP Local Parks Program to complete construction. This includes the preparation of the site, the development of the playground, associated site features such as signage and furnishings, utility costs, cultural resource costs, permitting costs, administrative costs, and more. To engage the community about this project, the City of Bothell Parks Department used a variety of methods. These methods included a kickoff conversation about the project and design model, an interactive community workshop meeting, a public community survey that was promoted through a variety of methods, updates with the Bothell Parks and Recreation Board, and specialized stakeholder meetings. So the first significant way our community was engaged was through an initial conversation that was hosted with the founder of Harper's Playground, Cody Goldberg. Harper's Playground is our design consultant for this project. This event occurred in June of 2023 at Bothell City Hall, and it allowed community members to learn more about inclusive playgrounds, generate awareness, and provide insight into the Harper's Playground model before the project began. In November of 2023, the city and Harper's Playground hosted an interactive community workshop. This workshop allowed for collective brainstorming through interactive exercises, such as dot exercises, vision boards, and the designing a playground activity. Attendees shared thoughts about what inclusive play looks like to them, along with various possibilities and desires for the inclusive playground at Cedar Grove Park. There was a public community survey open from January of 2024 into February of 2024. A few key takeaways from this survey was that nearly a third of participants indicated that they have a friend or family member experience a disability or physical barriers when visiting a playground. Other key findings showed strong interest in accessible play opportunities, gathering spaces, nature-based play, shade, seating, and opportunities for children of all abilities to interact together. As mentioned throughout this presentation, Harper's Playground was chosen as the inclusive playground design consultant for Cedar Grove Park. They have been an instrumental partner throughout this project and provide specialized expertise focused entirely on inclusive playground design. Prior to beginning this project, Bothell Park staff visited several Harper's Playground sites around Portland, Oregon, which helped inform the city's approach to inclusive recreation. Since this initial visit over 3 years ago, the partnership between the city and Harper's Playground has only solidified. The city also worked with local stakeholders, including Kindering Bothell, Sorensen Early Childhood Center, Northwest Child/Aaron's Place, the Seattle Children Alyssa Burnett Center, and a representative from the University of Washington. These stakeholders represent children and adolescents of varied abilities from infants through young adults. They provided valuable feedback on design concepts, accessibility needs, sensory play opportunities, and overall site functionality, and they have all expressed strong support for the Inclusive Playground project. So the project incorporates sustainability in a variety of ways. Ecologically, the project focuses development within an existing disturbed park area, and it avoids impacts to wetlands and other critical areas. The project also includes substantial new landscaping, additional tree canopy, sensory focus planting, on-site stormwater infiltration, and upgraded storm and sewer infrastructure. Socially, the project emphasizes nature play through naturalistic materials, interactive play opportunities, and artwork. It also expands equitable access to recreation by creating Bothell's first fully inclusive and accessible playground, helping provide meaningful play and community gathering opportunities for children and families who have not been fully served by existing playgrounds. Overall, the project supports long-term community health, inclusion, and well-being. Economically, the project incorporates durable, long-lasting materials. It also reuses existing park infrastructure and utilities, including parking, existing paths, an existing shelter, and restrooms. The Inclusive Playground project at Cedar Grove Park incorporates several cost efficiencies that help maximize the value of investment. As mentioned before, the project reuses existing park infrastructure. The site is also generally flat, which helps minimize grading and earthwork costs. And in addition, the project uses materials intended to reduce future maintenance and replacement needs over time. The city has also committed significant local funding towards this project, with more than $2.2 million already secured for development. In addition, initial donor partnership discussions are underway for potential enhancements outside the current project scope. So with all that being said, I want to thank you all for listening to this presentation about the Cedar Grove Park Inclusive Playground, and we're looking forward to hearing any questions or feedback that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Kai. All right. Thoughts from the committee? Corey, go ahead.
Kai, thank you for your presentation. Very well put together. Couple things I wanted to point out. I think you could spend some more time talking about program need, because That's where you get most of the points for the criteria as we're evaluating all of the grants. And two, good use of Harper's Playground. They are really the gold standard when it comes to, not just going to ADA compliance, but really going to that inclusive design principle that I know you've heard from Cody. So, yeah, hats off to you guys on that one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Corey. Go ahead, Mary.
Actually, again, excellent presentation, beautiful graphics. I do want to give you kudos for your budget slide. You were very clear on what was the grant and what was the match. Just a couple of tweaks on the table. If you could make the text a little bit larger for the category, and on the estimated cost, make that aligned to the right. It'll be easier to read for the reviewers. And
Okay, thank
yeah,
you.
just minor little tweaks, actually. And I really liked the way your sustainability slide was laid out for criteria number 10. I think that's slide 26. It's clear and easy to differentiate what those sustainability benefits are. So kudos to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mary.
Thanks. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, thanks, Kai, for the presentation. The question I have is about access to the park from the local community. The one aerial photograph looked like there's forested lands to the west, I believe. Well, to the right on this one. No,
Yeah, so that's to the east.
to the
Yeah.
east. It seemed like there's one that was going out farther or something like that that showed land. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, to the right-hand side there. So I was kind of curious about if there's any multifamily development that's planned there to help support access to the park from kind of a walking or other ways to get to the park there.
Yeah, there actually has been the looks like the Google Earth aerial's a little outdated. There has been some new development in that area. It's been mostly single family houses, close together. So yeah, there has been newer development right along 9th Avenue Southeast adjacent to the park.
Yeah, and part of this is looking to the future. So, what are the city's plans for future housing in that area? Would be helpful to know as you put the project together.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, David. Go ahead, Melissa.
For project engagement methods, um, uh, sorry, it's morning. I would say if you could describe like how you determined like who to contact and the populations engaged, not just like the organizations that you contacted. I think that would be extremely helpful. I think that was really my only note. I really liked how most every slide really went through the criteria point by point, especially your sustainability slide. So I think you did a great job and it sounds like a great project.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that. And thanks for the feedback.
Thanks, Melissa. Anything else from the committee on this project? All right. Well, thanks again, Kai. Nice job. Appreciate it. You'll be getting some written comments as well when your grants manager returns your application. And then we'll see you again in August.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Have a good day.
Great, you too. Bye.
All right. Next up, we have Snohomish County. Looks like Ed is here. Hello, Ed. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
PowerPoint. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Would you like me to advance the slides or give control to you? Whatever you prefer.
Um, if you could do that, that would be great.
Okay, just say next and I will advance. So
Okay.
whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay. Um, Good morning. My name is Ed Pothart, and I'm with Snohomish County Parks, and I'll be presenting the Paradise Valley Conservation Trailhead Improvement Project. Next. Paradise Valley Conservation Area is in Snohomish County between the cities of Bothell, Woodinville, and Monroe. Next slide. The park is a 793-acre forested property with over 13 miles of trails in the active use section of the park. The other smaller section is the habitat conservation area. Hiking, mountain biking, nature exploration, and horse riding are activities in the active use section. The primary trailhead and parking area is in this section of the park along Paradise Lake Road, a county arterial. Overflow parking along this road is a huge safety issue. There are a few other access points to the park's trail system, but parking for these is limited to street spots in residential neighborhoods. Next. We have three goals for this project: expand parking capacity and safety at the trailhead, enhance equestrian parking and provide amenities like hitches and a separate path to the main trail system for equestrian users, and provide trailhead accessibility and amenities, including paved ADA spots, wayfinding signs, and pedestrian circulation paths. Next. All of our South County parks provide hiking trails. Only one other besides Paradise Valley offers mountain biking trails. Throughout the county, there is growing demand for mountain biking opportunities. Only one other park besides Paradise Valley offers horse riding trails. That's Lord Hill, which is popular among equestrians. We hope to expand use at Paradise Valley to help meet equestrian demand as well. Finally, with its abundant forest areas, wetlands, streams, Paradise Valley is a haven for nature-based exploration. It is the only one of three such county parks in the central part of the South County who offer outdoor education opportunities. Next. With over 53 nature trail miles and 1.5 million visits per year, and a level of service shortage throughout the county, Snohomish County is deficient in parking access to regional active use and nature trail facilities like Paradise Valley. Based on visitor data metrics, community feedback, our park's long-range plan, and level of service tracking, we have identified Paradise Valley as a park where gaps in parking capacity, road safety, and equestrian access can be filled to provide safe and meaningful access to recreation opportunities. Next. We hear from park staff all the time about the parking lot being full much of the time, especially during the summer, but increasingly throughout a bigger part of the year. There is room for 2 horse trailers in the middle of the parking lot, but the lack of formalization makes trailer maneuvering very difficult. Overflow parking along Paradise Lake Road, the arterial next to the lot, creates an unsafe environment for pedestrians crossing and walking along the road. Also, the gravel lot is riddled with potholes. Next. This project addresses several priorities from our Parks and Recreation Vision Plan, Comprehensive Plan, Regional Open Space Plan, and Parks Mission and Vision. Key elements include improving existing parks and meeting current needs, educating about park and forest stewardship, enhancing accessibility for a more inclusive recreation system. Next. My apologies if 2 of the 3 photos you see here are rotated. I will fix that for later. These photos are meant to show the condition of the existing gravel parking lot. These conditions include inadequate drainage, unformalized parking with about 34 spots, frequent overflow parking along the road, tight space for horse trailers to turn around in, potholed lot and entry road, heavily used Santa Can area, and 2DA parking spots that do not meet code. Next. I'm going to use my cursor to show the location of the main project element. Going counterclockwise from the top, this is the trailhead and current parking lot area right here. And then down here is a graveled area that we would make for equestrian parking with a path to the main trail system over here. The main trail system over here. And there's a path that we can construct to provide access for equestrian users. And then over here, we have a forested area on the right-hand side. Importantly, from a sustainability perspective, we are planning to utilize this forested area for full dispersion stormwater treatment. A small part of it here, indicated by this small rectangle, may be used to add parking spaces to the current hiker biking parking lot here. Next slide. This is a combination renovation and development project. The main renovation element and primary element of the project is paving and formalizing the current parking area. The numerous new trailhead elements include the following: a separate gravel area for equestrian parking and horse amenities, a separate equestrian path entry to the park's trail system, a potential expansion of the hiker-biker parking area, pedestrian circulation paths from the parking area to the trail entry kiosk, and trailhead amenities such as benches, picnic tables, bike racks, and repair station, a drinking fountain, and a pet waste station. Next. This shows one of 4 preliminary design concepts incorporating all of the renovation and development elements. We are working toward a preferred concept in the coming week. Next. The project design aligns with the overall project goals. One is to meet and express community desire for an equestrian parking area while respecting the need for expanded and better parking for hikers and bikers. The second one is to be responsible and sustainable in the development of the project scope. And the third is to use already developed areas as much as possible and disturb undeveloped areas as little as possible. Next. This shows a summary of the project budget. The cost estimates here were determined by utilizing recent cost information from similar projects. Our ask of the Recreation and Conservation Office is $500,000, and our match from Snohomish County funds would be $1.9 million to meet the total development cost of $2.4 million. Next. This shows the project schedule through anticipated construction completion by the end of 2029. Currently, we are refining our site design, choosing from among 4 different preliminary design concepts to arrive at a final preferred concept in the coming week. And so that information will be included with our final application in July. Next. As for community input, we've used two primary methods to gather input: an online survey of park users and also a site visit with equestrian users. We advertised the online survey via social media and a flyer at the Trailhead kiosk. Over 300 survey responses were received. And following is a summary of findings. Next. Most park visitors come from more than a mile away, making driving the main way to reach the park and reinforcing the need for adequate parking. Next. Biking, hiking, dog walking, and nature exploration are the main activities, with a smaller segment of equestrian users. As I mentioned earlier, we do hope to make Paradise Valley more attractive for equestrian users with the addition of an equestrian parking area. Next slide. Inadequate parking and the poor condition of the parking lot are the major hindrances to park visitation, as shown by the survey responses, as well as the site visit with the equestrian users. Next. Our project scope and elements aligned with the needs identified in this survey response. Expanded and improved parking and circulation, a separate parking area for equestrians and signage, and a separate parking area for equestrians and improved signage. Next. Our scope is responsive to the community desired amenities at the trailhead. These amenities include benches, picnic tables, a bike repair station, interpretive signs, Santa can, and a pet waste station, as well as a drinking fountain. Next. We will continue to use community outreach as we develop a preferred design concept and a site plan for the project. We anticipate doing another online survey to get input on the 3 or 4 alternative design concepts. We plan to have a community meeting to collect further input on the design concept, and we will also plan on some user-specific meetings to gather input as well. Next. Some of our project partners include the Friends of Paradise Valley Conservation Area, the Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, Snohomish County's Surface Water Management Division, and Snohomish County's Healthy Forest Project. Many of these groups organize volunteer work parties in the Paradise Valley Conservation Area, and these work parties have been instrumental in allowing us to steward the park and meet the demand for recreational opportunities in the park. Next. The key project sustainability features include the following: a design that makes the best use of the developed and undeveloped portion of the project site, the use of full dispersion for stormwater treatment, and the reuse of existing gravel and surface material to help build the equestrian parking area. Next. As far as attaining cost efficiency, one major method for us is examining 4 different design concepts that have a range in cost, ranging anywhere from around $1 million to a little bit over $3 million. So that's one way we are exploring efficiencies and costs. Next. And that concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ed. Questions, feedback from the committee? Melissa, go ahead, and then Rebecca.
Just on the sustainability element, it would be helpful if you could go more into how those choices minimize the impacts and or improve ecological function. I can understand just from my own perspective, but it would be very helpful if you could actually go into that that portion or that how you guys came to that decision.
Okay. That's very good feedback. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thanks, Ed, for this presentation. I have a couple thoughts. In your community engagement, your data, as well as some of your pictures, it's clear that mountain biking biking is a very strong usage area, and but your parking proposal is addressing equestrians. So I guess my concern is I know how mountain bikers behave, and I'm just wanting to make sure that you add enough parking that's going to address the usage there with the mountain bikers. I think you had mentioned that there was maybe a potential additional parking area you were going to do that was for them, but just for bikers and hikers. But somehow separating the usages is a question in my mind. And then the second question I had is around the gravel lot that you're doing for the equestrians. Based on the images I saw, it looked quite wet, and was wondering if gravel is, resurfacing as gravel, if the stormwater is going to actually reduce that issue that you have in the gravel lot. That wasn't really clear to me in terms of whether or not the improvements would resolve the issue of the lot's moisture issue. So, and maybe it's just because that image, I don't really understand what's going on in there. And so
Okay.
in the project scope, and your last slide on cost efficiencies was completely unreadable. So if you can just kind of bullet what are the actual cost efficiencies, that would be more helpful than what we have there.
Okay, those are
Thanks,
all
Rebecca.
great comments, and we will be sure to address those as we refine this presentation in our application.
Great. David, go ahead, and then Cameron.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. A couple things that I was looking at is the little bit more explanation of the stormwater, the dispersion issue. I saw there was a $500,000 cost item as part of it, but you also didn't really explain the stormwater system and why the dispersion. I assume that we're having paved surfaces, except in the equestrian lot. And so kind of talking about that. And then you didn't really talk about all the trails of this property in the mountain biking. And so trying to get a context of what's available for hikers and mountain bikers and equestrians in terms of their experience there, I think would be helpful to get that context of the importance of this for the community. So.
Okay, that's great. That's great feedback. All that feedback, and we will take all that to heart and make great use of that feedback to boost this presentation and application. Really appreciate the time you've taken to spend listening to
we
a
have
bit about the project.
one more, Ed. Cameron has something for you.
Okay,
Ed,
thank you. Go ahead.
kind of piggybacking up on what David just shared, kind of wanting to understand like if bikers and horseback riders, I feel like there's conflicts often with those types of uses. So would want to understand like if there are different trails for those different types of uses, just to get a little more context of what's existing. I'm not a horseback rider or anything. I don't really have friends that do that. And so for me, I would want to understand more of like what the difference between just a normal car versus your horse trailer dimensions are. It doesn't have to be shown on a map or anything, but just to verbally share like, well, the trailers are 3 times as long as a car, something like that, just to understand or get better context of why a larger parking lot would be needed. And then the stormwater part of the project would like more understanding of what that looks like, and if there are trees that are proposed to be removed, what does the mitigation look like? But yeah, exciting project and excited to see your next presentation.
Great, thank you, Cameron. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Good feedback. Hopefully that was helpful, Ed.
Oh, good. Very helpful. I really appreciate it. A lot of feedback and it's great. All of it is great feedback. So we will work with it, and I'm glad you shared that with me.
Yeah, good. Well, that's why we're here to do this. So, and thanks. We'll see you
Absolutely.
again in August for the final presentation.
Okay, looking forward to that. Thanks again,
All right.
all of you.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right, next up is City of Chewelah splash pad. And it looks like Tanya's here. Are you presenting, Tanya, for Chewelah?
Yes, I am.
Great. Well, welcome. Can you see your presentation there?
I can. Thank you, Carl.
Excellent. And I can pass you control if you'd like, or advance the slides for you, whatever your preference is.
Carl, I do have a couple of transition slides. If you could advance for me, that I'd greatly appreciate it, but just know that there are some transitions in there. That way I can focus on what I need to get across.
Okay, gotcha. Well, just say next, and I don't know where those transitions are, so just say next for whenever you want me to click it.
Okay, so let's just jump into it. This is our City of Chewelah Everett Gen Park Splash Pad project. So next, I'm going to first advance again, Carl, please. I'm going to advance and kind of tell you a little bit. Chewelah, in case many of you don't know, is located in Stevens County. It's actually right in the center of Stevens County. One more, Carl, please. Uniquely, it's about a small town of 2,500, and Stevens County is actually less than 50,000 people. But the nice part of City of Chewelah is we're only about 45 miles north of Spokane. So we do get a lot of tourists that pass through our tiny little town. Next. Go ahead and hit through on that, Carl, please. So the Gen Memorial Park, this particular park site has been part of the city since before incorporation in 1903. This was a primary gathering spot. It is the main park of the city. We do have 2 other small park sites that's about a 1/4 of an acre for a little skate park that we're in the middle of developing. We also have a little triangle park that's only 1/2 an acre. But as you can see, this park is it. It is the cornerstone of the town where all the gathering, all the festivals, everything takes place. If you can see from that aerial view, we do have a couple of amenities there. We have an amphitheater and a little child's pavilion. And what you're going to see is a really great project that is going to be convenient, developed water play in the southeast corner of this park site. So next. Next, you're going to have to advance view here. I'm going to show you a little bit about the current condition of the park. You are seeing some pictures up here. You will see there's a scout cabin. That has been a cabin that has been built, we're guessing in the 1920s, has been primarily used for camping activities where things were stored in that site, but it is unusable at this time. So it is only used to store stuff, but it is a great location in that southeast corner of the park. And what you see in the middle picture, you see the park. It's wide, it's open, but there are no trails. So if you're gonna go from the pavilion to the amphitheater, from the playground area, you're just gonna walk on grass. There's really no trails to guide people to these different amenities in this park. And of course, the final picture that you see there is our Chewelah Creek. It does get used. People do play in that creek. But we have a lot of bank erosion that we maintain or that we try to mitigate through the season. Sometimes that creek does overflow, which is why those banks are built the way they're built, is to help control the flooding that can occasionally happen. Next. So some of the project goals, and I've said a few of them so far, is to really serve this as a community gathering place for developed water play. This would be water play for everybody. If you notice the banks of that little creek that folks play in, it's not accessible for everybody. Certainly if you have a toddler, or even if you are an older person that is a little unstable on your feet, you're not going to get into that creek. We want it to be a very attractive destination for visitors. This particular park has been a tourist park. It is located right off of Highway 395 as you're going north into Canada. So we want this to be a very attractive place for visitors to stop, enjoy our local city, visit our retail shops, and of course, encourage inclusive and accommodating engagement for everybody. Provide environmentally sustainable and low-cost maintenance features. The city of Chewelah has actually tried, well, they've had 2 swimming pools. A concrete pool that was located in this park back in the 1920s, and then it was taken down. Also, another park that was developed about 2 blocks away from the park, and because of the maintenance of that, they had to shut that down. In about 2010, 2013 is when that was sold and filled. So there is no developed water play that is accessible for everybody. If you're going to play in the water, you're going to be in the creek, or you're going to be out in the lakes and the rivers nearby. Next. Click one more time, please, Carl. So right here, when you see the location and the need, you see the creek again. That is what gets water play. This area would be fabulous because the scout cabin is not usable. It is just a square building that sits there, and the scouts still use it for storage. We also we want to deter people from playing in the creek. The bed is eroding. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done to maintain that bank. And the nearest developed water feature is a splash pad up in Colville. That's about 20 miles away. It's a wonderful little splash pad. We want something similar here in Chewelah for our youth and our other folks that would enjoy it. Next. So when it comes to project need, the community priorities based on a survey that was done in 2023, water recreation was the #1 priority, as well as walkway and hiking. Part of this project that we're proposing does have some winding pathways around the splash pad and provides access through the park. When you look at statewide priorities, Carl, if you advance, you can see that our social vulnerability index and health outcomes ranks are quite high. This area really does need amenities that help promote physical activity and make it more walkable. as I pointed out here, the residential streets, most of them lack sidewalks. People have been asking for walkways and hiking areas that are safe and accommodating. If you've ever walked as a female in high heels on unsturdy ground, it's not easy and you just avoid it. We have a lot of local streets here that don't have sidewalks. So having anything that invites that safer walking and active play is what we'd like. And of course, our demographics. What you see here on income really points to the fact that this community cannot support a splash pad or any type of developments without grant funding or a large donation from a donor. The pool was demolished in 2013 and filled in. So it's been 13 years and nothing has really materialized because it can't. This community is poor. It's very limited with only 2,500 people. The primary industry is really retail. We have a lot of logging industry around us, but here in Chewelah, it's primary retail. We do not have large manufacturers here in Chewelah or any of that sort of economic base. So next, looking at the project scope, we want to take this part from underutilized in that little corner, dilapidated playground equipment. Some of that equipment that you'll see in pictures is very old, from the 1970s, to a more inviting community gathering place that has active and passive play for everybody. Next. You can see it's going to have easy access off of 395. We already have available parking in the area. We also have restrooms right there on the corner, and we have other park amenities. We do have some nice built playground areas, as well as picnic tables, open shade, landscaping that we plan on utilizing. Next. Here are some current views close up of that space. So you can see the current play area that is south of the scout cabin. You can actually see a little corner of the scout cabin there. You also see the scout cabin from the street view. That view would now be a splash pad that you would be seeing. You can then see from the north park view of the scout cabin, that's the open area where we would have that pathway curving in and being very inviting into the splash pad area. And then you see the west park view from the scout cabin that does show a playground area with some picnic table amenities right next to it. Next. So here is a large picture of how we look at the park, say in a 20-year master plan. In 2025, we did put in a front entrance court area. So we're making the park more inviting right from the street view of 395. 2027, which is the application that we have in front of you, is for a new splash pad and pathways to make that southwest corner more inviting. And you can see, hopefully you can see on that picture where we call it Winding Waters Splash Pad. That is really indicative of City of Chewelah. Chewelah is an Indian name that means water snake. So we're intending to make these pathways winding, make the splash pad very reminiscent of Chewelah and its namesake. In the 20-year master plan, we will also be renovating the RV campground. We do have a campground out there, expanded angled parking on the west side. Yep, add more parking there. And then renovating the pavilion. The pavilion was put in the 1980s. The renovated, or the 2000, I apologize. The amphitheater, we want to renovate that. That was built in the 1980s. And then interpretive garden and more landscaping up at the front entrance. So a lot of curved pathways make it very inviting. But right now, we really want to focus on that southwest corner. Next. So the design and the alignment, you can see it's designed specifically with Chewelah in mind. It's intentional with the name. It's intentional with the pathways to make it winding, inviting, and recognize the Chewelah namesake. Natural flooding has been accommodated, has been focused on this with the creek that does flood occasionally. We want very accessible pathways, both on the west and the south part of the park, and leisure areas for socializing and community gathering. We're still going to reserve space for where the sun just shines through the trees. And we also will further develop the playground area into a tot lot and work on that. And use of our existing amenities. Right in the very, very corner of that is our restroom that was recently renovated with ARPA funding and completed a year and a half ago. Next. In terms of our project budget, total cost is about $795,000. $500,000 is really the funding from RCO that we are requesting. We do have about $60,000 from donations, as well as the sale of property where we had the old swimming pool that was sold to the Art Guild. And then REIT, the city has accumulated a REIT balance, and we will be putting it towards this project. And I will say it's highly unusual for the city to put REIT funding towards a park project. Most of it is dedicated for street maintenance and improvements. And then other funds. So the other funds is really going to be our utilities with water and sewer and our labor and materials that we have from those other funds. But I want to emphasize that this project really cannot happen without a grant infusion or a significant donation. With the funding, we believe that this project would reasonably only take 12 to 18 months to complete. The goal would be to have it ready for summer of 2028 for the community to enjoy. Next. There was a lot of project engagement. There were open houses, and you can see some pictures there. We also did a community survey. This is back in 2024, where it did come out that the #1 amenity is water recreation. There was an online virtual poll, and it was presented in many of our local service organizations. We have a very active farmers market. We have a community festivals, and then our supposed to be Chamber of Commerce really put out the information on the splash pad. Next.
Tanya, you're just a few minutes over time, so I want to make sure you hit all your slides and just sort of move through.
Okay. So sustainability, we have a lot of these ecological factors here. Definitely preserve Chirula Creek. We want to minimize water use, maintenance. We will recirculate this water, and we will have more tree canopy, individual play elements so that they can be replaced only as they need to be replaced. And then, of course, I've mentioned the current use of our assets to really optimize the area. Next. Social factors. Most importantly, this is an opportunity for everybody that can engage safely and have more active play. Next. Cost efficiencies. Carl, I'm going to have you just kind of go through those. What we have secured is we already own the property and many of the facilities that are there. We already have about $200,000 from the real estate excise tax and the sale proceeds from the pool. We have city labor and utilities that will fund the eligible cost items. And most importantly, this helps preserve the shoreline maintenance. And that maintenance cost we can offset with the cost of the splash pad. We are going to be doing some fundraising for enhancements along the pathways, such as seating and picnic amenities. And our service organizations have been fantastic in helping with volunteer labor. Next. Okay, so quickly closing up, we want to take it from this scene here into a beautiful, usable corner and really enhance our central park. So with that, if there are any questions?
Great, thank you, Tanya. All right, feedback from the committee. Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, sure, Tanya, just for future presentation purposes, if you remove the animation, that will help speed things up for you. And maybe separating out, there was this one slide where you had pictures overlapping, so it was hard to see. It's kind of one of the earlier slides, it was hard to see each of the items. So just kind of separating those out. We have to watch these, really quickly, so having them move through is helpful. The other question I had was around, or thought was around heat information. You talk about the lack of pools. I mean, I know this part of the state, and I also know that it's probably relatively hot in the summer. So I think you could probably increase the need section with some data around, average temperatures in the summer, or, when kids need to be playing in water.
Oh, excellent point.
Yeah. And then the other piece is just around, I had a question, and you might have addressed it, but just in the sustainability side around ensuring that any of the wastewater from this splash pad does not hit the creek. And so just having an understanding of that would be helpful from an ecological impact perspective.
Thanks,
Thank
Rebecca.
you.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, nice job. I was going to say the same thing about the need for aquatic play and just staying cool, essentially. But I would check a few in the presentation. There's some typos. I would just make sure you go through and make sure that those get cleaned up. But I love the cultural background piece too that you talked about under the scope. Like, I think that's a big piece of it also, to make sure that you're emphasizing. But very ambitious design. So I like the concept, the images. There's a couple though that when you zoom in, and this happens to me too, I know they get blurry because you're trying to go from an already set image. It'd be nice. I don't know if that's possible. If your consultant could kind of clean that up a little bit on those sections. If not, then it's fine. But I just thought it would kind of give a cleaner look for you. But nice job.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Jeff.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Tooele is such a small town. Actually, one of my closest friends is from there, so it's kind of cool to see them on the map. One of the things I wanted to point out was sustainability. I'm curious what your long-term maintenance plan is for a splash pad. It can be very expensive staff-wise every year, and I just want to make sure that you guys are planning for that long-term. Only reason I say that is we just opened a splash pad, and it's a lot of staff time.
Well, we have planned and anticipate at least $35,000 annually for maintenance. And because it's seasonal here, we do get snow, so it's really going to be a May through October. We have planned for that, and we are looking for that. We're building that capacity into this project and have considered that and putting that into our financial projections.
Cool. Thank you, Tony.
All right, thank you, everyone. I don't see any other comments, so yeah, appreciate the feedback. Tanya, thanks for joining us. And you'll get some written comments as well from your grants manager, and then we'll see you again in August.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
All right, see you later. All right, looks like we have arrived at our first break. What is it, almost 10:05? Let's go ahead and take the full 15 minutes, come back at 10:20.
Hey, Carl.
Yes.
I just had a question in regard to when I need to recuse myself. I did for Tooele because my work is contracted with them, which is, so I put it in the form, and I also obviously didn't say anything. Is that enough? I mean, I did, I obviously took the training, but I just want to make sure that the basis is covered.
Yeah, I think so. There's a little box in the to check, and
Yep.
yeah, so I think that's all you need.
Okay, cool.
Tessa would know if there's anything else we need from you to do, or that's it. Okay.
Nah, you're good. Thank you.
Thanks, Tessa.
Great. All right. Yeah, thanks for letting us know, Melissa.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Hey there. We're just 5 minutes behind, so we're going to start at 10:20, but thanks for hopping on.
Sounds good.
Morning, Joe. Morning, KJ. First time I saw you today.
Morning.
First time? Oh, you're just getting logged on?
Yeah, well, I was on state parks once for a bit this morning.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Those are all your projects. So are they done?
No, there's 3 more to go. Allison's going to cover for me. I wanted to be here for Joe this morning. This is my only local parks one, so we'll knock this one out.
Very good. Joe Walsh. Russell, you got all the rock stars in your territory. You got like Steve Harris over in
Life's been good.
yeah, Joe Walsh here, and man.
Please, please. I'm just an ordinary average guy. I don't deserve all this attention.
No, you're just back from a world tour, like rocking this. Well, let's see. Make sure we get your PowerPoint pulled up. Oops, click that button. Go. Sandy swimming hole. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Great. We'll give folks just one more minute to make sure everyone gets back from break. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We have Joe here from City of Washougal for our next presentation. And Joe, I can pass you controls if you prefer, or just advance the slides on your behalf, whatever you'd like.
Sure. I can. I'll take control.
Okay. Go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it for you. And
okay.
All right.
Great.
So whenever you're ready, you got 12 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, good morning. I'm Joe Walsh with the City of Washougal, and this morning I'll be presenting on our Sandy Swimming Hole Access Project, starting with the location and goals. So Washougal's in southeast Clark County, right at the gateway to the gorge in the southwest part of Washington. The goals of this are to acquire property directly across the street from our existing beloved park, the Sandy Swimming Hole, in order to improve accessibility. Essentially, we need more parking. So this project would roughly quadruple the amount of on-site parking and keep people from the current state of affairs, which is parking all over the street and up in the neighborhoods and then having to walk along a busy road without sidewalks to get there. A little more on the location, just zooming into Washougal, you see we're right on the border of Oregon, Washington, along the Columbia River. Then we also have the Washougal River that kind of snakes through town, and the Sandy Swimming Hole is on the north shore of the Washougal River over here on the western part of the city. Existing site conditions. It's a small park. It's just under an acre, the existing Sandy Swimming Hole, and it has an even smaller parking lot as shown in the bottom picture. There's 18 stalls, not nearly enough for as many visitors as we get. We get a lot of people that visit this park for swimming, fishing, kayaking. The picture on the top is the property that we're acquiring directly across the street. It's a little more than a half acre, single family residence. And so acquiring this increases the total park size by about 50%. This has long been a need in our community. It's been on our park plan. And I'm not going to read all this, but I just wanted to show the exact verbiage right from our park plan here, specifically calling out this idea of acquiring property to build parking facilities. Unfortunately, it's really hard to do because there's just not a lot of property nearby. And this particular property, it's the first time it's been on the market in 25 years. This map just kind of shows the challenge with accessing the river. This part of the river is particularly popular just because it's just deep enough, just shallow enough. The river's not running that fast, so people love to swim here, but it's just difficult to get to. So we've got Sandy Swimming Hole, which is our most popular place, but there's only 18 parking spots on site. So people end up parking all along Shepherd Road and up in the neighborhoods. Then we've got Riverbend Park, which is even smaller. It's less than a quarter of an acre with no parking facilities at all. So people are parking in the neighborhoods and walking to get to the river. Just showing a little bit of the park here. So up here in the top right, you see that we have an observation deck and some picnic facilities, and then down below there's a beach. We do have restrooms on site, and I mentioned the 18-stall parking lot. In terms of the immediacy of this threat, this is, as I mentioned, less than an acre, the existing park, so there's really no room to expand the parking facilities on site. It really requires a property acquisition, and there's just limited opportunities to do that. As I said, this is the first time this particular property has been on the market in 25 years, and then same with, there's just a handful of properties around, and they just don't go on the market that often, so we really wanted to jump on this one. This shows kind of those properties. So in the blue is the one that we're acquiring. And if we had to pick among all the adjacent properties, this is the one that we would want. So it's flat, it's developable, it's adjacent to a church. It's right across the street from the existing parking, which is right here. This is just a concept level plan of how many stalls and the kind of the potential layout for a parking facility. In orange are the existing facilities that will need to be demoed. But this property is a great fit for what we want to do. We'll be able to, like I said, quadruple the number of on-site spots from 18 to more than roughly 77 is what we're guessing. ADA parking, we'll be adding EV infrastructure, and then we'll be managing stormwater on site. And this is just a view, the street view I just wanted to demonstrate the existing challenge. You get cars parked all along both sides of Shepherd. They're just making up their own parking spots. Then it becomes very difficult to see, and we see people, in their flip-flops and their floaties trying to walk along Shepherd to get to this site. Down here is where the park is. This is the church, and so over here is where the property that we are going to acquire. Looking at the project budget, just about a little more than 1.3 million total, with about 683,000 in acquisition. That includes costs of procuring the site as well as demo and getting the site ready, and then another 632,000 to develop the parking facilities as well as the stormwater management, the EV infrastructure. One thing I wanted to point out too is I understand sometimes the acquisition development projects can be challenging from a timing perspective, but given that we just completed the acquisition, we did get a waiver of retroactivity, got the keys to the property last month. So we feel this is also not a super complex project in terms of the design and construction. So we feel very confident that really its funding is the main barrier right now. And once we have the funding in place, we'll be able to move forward in a very timely fashion. In terms of engagement, there's a couple things I wanted to point to. One is just our parks plan, which of course had a lot of public involvement behind that. And then also wanted to talk about our biannual community surveys we do in Washougal. Every even number year, we work with a firm called ETC Institute, which does these statistically valid surveys all across the country. And in our 2024 survey, we added a question about parks priorities, and just giving folks another opportunity to kind of weigh in. What do you want to see us doing? And this Sandy swimming hole project made it into the top 3 of priorities in that survey. Still on the survey, just kind of showing we do get a representative sample geographically across the whole city. We get a representative sample in terms of income. So it's a very robust, well-done survey. And then just, this is our existing comprehensive parks plan. It was adopted in 2021. Again, just snipped the exact language right from the parks plan. This is literally what the community, this project is what the community has been asking us to do. Well, this project isn't dependent on any ongoing partnerships. I did just want to point out we do have a nonprofit group called the Washougal Ivy League that's been taking care of this park, pulling ivy on weekends. And we just started exploring a community life jacket program as this park grows in popularity. We want to make sure people are safe out there. So we're looking into some existing programs in the county where we want to put free life jackets out here on site. In terms of sustainability, ecologically, we don't expect a lot of impact, but we will manage the, adding a bunch of impervious surface out there. We will manage the stormwater on site. Bonus is adding that EV infrastructure. In terms of economics, this fits in well with our 5-year strategic plan. One of the priorities in there is, Washougal has a lot of great assets, natural beauty, and we want people to come and visit. But it's hard to do that when you only have 18 parking spots. And then socially, just improving the accessibility for people of all abilities and ages to be able to just get to this site is going to be a great benefit. In terms of cost efficiencies, I wanted to mention this separate but somewhat related project in our transportation side called the Pedestrian Connection Project in Shepherd Road. We're right now in the design phase for this whole stretch of Shepherd Road that runs along the river. We're going to be widening that road, making it a little bit safer, and that's going to actually include a raised pedestrian crossing from the park right to this property, and the cost of that will be included in this transportation project. So that's why we wanted to include it in cost efficiencies. And then I'll just end with the site plan that I showed before, but you'll note there's the pedestrian crossing to be constructed in 2027 as part of that project. And then I'll leave us on that slide and answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Joe.
Sure.
All right, any feedback, suggestions on this project? This is our first combination, acquisition development. Nice job getting through all the criteria. You're actually about 2.5 minutes under, so you have a little bit of room to work with if needed.
Great. I was a little over on my practice run, so.
Yeah. Corey, go ahead.
Joe, good to see you. What I would throw out there is I think you spent some more time talking about your needs and local priorities. That's where you get the most points for the criteria. So spend some more time talking on that, especially when it comes to the ridiculous growth that Washougal is experiencing. So highlighting where you guys are going to be in the next 10, 15, 20 years, I think will be really helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Go ahead, David. Yeah, a couple things about the parking lot. This is a good one to be on. One is providing any kind of buffers to the neighbors to the right hand of this image through landscaping or fencing. Be kind of curious about that. And then I think that you have restrooms across the street, and so part of my question is that swimming places, people usually change their clothes by the car and stuff like that. So again, trying to figure out, is there any protection for the neighbors as you kind of put a parking lot next to houses?
Okay.
Good, thanks. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, nice job. It was a good presentation. a combination project, but so did I catch that right? So you got a waiver of retroactivity, so you've already purchased the property, correct?
Correct. Yep, we just got the
Okay.
keys last month.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
I think you might have said that, but I just want to double check.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other thoughts on this project? Russell?
Joe, I was just going to have you confirm. You mentioned the Columbia River Gorge National Scenic Area. This is before that starts, though, right?
That's right. Yep.
Okay. Just for
Yeah.
permitting, because I know it gets really expensive permitting and stuff. I just wanted to confirm that this is before it.
Yeah, that area starts just outside of town on our eastern border, and then this, this park is more on our western edge, almost in Camas.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good point. That'll save a whole lot of time, as I'm sure you're familiar with. I guess one suggestion I'd have, so on immediacy of threat, because you have already bought it under a waiver, you want to, and I think you talked a little bit about this, limited opportunities and whatnot, but sort of take us back in time to explain, what was the threat, why you needed to jump on it and buy it now. And sort of a zoomed back aerial might also help sort of demonstrate that they're just, if it's pretty built out, there's lots of houses, there just aren't a lot of opportunities to buy a lot to put parking near the park. So that can help.
Okay, great.
And then I think if you have any photos, maybe you'll get some here before the August presentation of when it is really busy and cars are parked along the road and all stacked up. That's nice to help demonstrate the need for this.
Yeah. I looked for those. We didn't have them, so that's a great point. I'll definitely be able to get them before August.
Yeah. Imagine when it warms up. Great. Anything else folks have thought of? All right. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. We'll see you in August.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Right. Headed to the city of Winlock. And looks like who is here? Is it Victoria? Are you presenting for Winlock?
Victoria.
Great. Welcome.
Hi.
Give me just a minute to pull up your PowerPoint. There we go. And I could advance the slides for you or pass control to you, whatever you prefer.
If you could, but I don't see it.
You don't see the presentation, your PowerPoint slides?
No, I don't see them.
Oh, can everyone else see it? Am I sharing the right screen? Okay. It should be,
Do I click something?
I'm not sure why you wouldn't.
On the top of Zoom, you're probably on the meeting one, which shows all of our faces. If you go to the one that says Carl Jacobs, RCO's screen.
Okay.
There
it is.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Melissa. I don't even see that on my end as the host, so appreciate that. Okay. Well, Victoria, go right ahead. You have 12 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, this is my first grant presentation, and I know it's a little rough, but we're going to work hard toward August. Good afternoon. This is for the Winnequa Park RCO grant application for technical review. Winnequa Park is in the city of Winlock, Washington, home of the world's largest egg. Next slide, please. Winlock has experienced dramatic growth in the last several years, nearly doubling its population since the last census. Next slide, please. According to the Economic Alliance, Winlock is one of the fastest growing cities in Washington state. Next slide, please. Winnequa Park was entirely donated and built by volunteers. The current playground and building were built by the Winlock JCs and completed in 1975. I will try to get a better shot of that one. The park was, next slide, please. The park was officially donated to the city and received by the mayor on August 2nd, 1975. Next slide, please. Winnequa Park is located no less than 7 country miles from any other park in Lewis County. Next slide, please. I have a couple of maps to show the explosive growth of suburban housing in Winlock. In the 2014 map, Winlock was still largely a farming community with a small downtown corridor. Next slide, please. I don't know if you can see the Grand Prairie area here. In 2021, they had started to complete quite a few homes. Next slide, please. And although this doesn't show it, this is completely filled. We have another community here. We have another community here, and we have pockets all over that have grown with families. Next slide, please. These are the park boundary lines. The park is 27.72 acres, and the area points to the building and prospective playground site. You also see Winnequa Creek is here, and we have 3 baseball fields. Next slide, please. This is our current playground slide, circa 1975. It is still sturdy. It has been painted by volunteers many times and is still heavily used. Next slide. It's just another view of our slide that and the many years of different colors of enthusiastic painting. Next slide, please. Our current swing is also circa 1975. It is still sturdy and used frequently. This year we put on new chains and seats on the slides. Next, I'm sorry, new chains and seats on the swing. The 1975 climbing gym has also been painted many times, but it is sturdy and well used. All of these structures are still usable and in need of refurbishment with new paint, border, and footing area. The park is large enough that we can paint and refurbish these as overflow toys from our proposed new park area. Next slide, please. This is our covered kitchen area. It is rented and utilized all through the year with picnic tables and a nice fireplace. Next slide, please. Our 2026 Easter egg hunt was well attended and we ran out of parking space. It was wonderful to see so many children and people enjoying our park. Next slide, please. This is the conceptual back of the building with an idea of the sidewalk coming from the building, the new playground area, and the fountain with water bottle filling. Next slide, please. Another view of the same proposed area with the sidewalk, ADA ramp into the playground. Next slide, please. And these are the conceptual drawings. Next slide, please. So we propose a continuation of the sidewalk from the building to a water fountain with a water bottle refiller and an ADA ramp with a 2-foot tall border around the play area, tall enough that it's not a tripping hazard, and also a seating hazard so parents can sit and watch their children play. 2 exits to the north toward the ball field and the rest of the park. South and east do not require exits. There's really nothing for children or little ones to go to in that direction. Next slide, please. These are the actual structures and modules from the, I'm sorry, I've lost the name of it, from the landscape structures. Next slide, please. This is the overview of the entire area. And of course, this is conceptual. It's not exactly to scale. I did want to say this border here, it has been suggested. We have so much good feedback from our community surveys about the park. Many parents won't come just to the park to let their children play on the older equipment. They don't like it. So it was suggested that we put tiles on the top of the 2-foot border wall, and sell those tiles with family names for their donations toward the park. Next slide, please. And this is the back of the building. There is ADA parking on gravel, and there are 2 bathrooms with showers, and the sidewalk adjoins. But this is a conceptual drawing. I was out of town and it did not get to a picture. I believe that's my last slide. I will take your comments, please.
Yeah, that looks like the last slide. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you, Victoria. Thoughts or comments on this one? Melissa, go ahead.
I would recommend numbering the slides. As you could kind of tell, some of the slides are really difficult to read. So I would recommend adding text to explain, especially like the ordinances or anything like that. It's just, essentially what your points are. And then label the slides by criteria, make sure that you're going in order so that we have the best opportunity to give you the most points as we're going through. Because on our side, it all of the criteria is listed in order. So if we're having to go back and forth, it just makes it a lot more difficult.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Mary.
Beautiful pictures of the conceptual design there. I think it'll be really nice when it gets accomplished. A couple of things is on the budget. I didn't see a budget, and I don't know what your grant request is or what your matching funds are.
Thank you. I put them in prison, and I really did not understand that they needed to be in the slide. So I will put that in there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Similarly, I think just working with your grants manager to get all the criteria slides in here. We were missing sustainability and cost efficiencies and a little bit of the methods of community engagement and or any partners that you have. So those would be helpful.
Yes, thank you very much. I will get all of that in there.
Good. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you very much.
Other thoughts on this one? Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. One thing I would suggest, take a look at some of the other applications, other presentations that are being done throughout this week, and that can kind of give you a good idea of what other structures might look like, and you can kind of adapt your presentation based on that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, good idea. Thanks, Corey. And Victoria, just to follow up on that, you are welcome to stay here in the Zoom meeting and watch the next couple of presentations just to see how folks put their PowerPoints together, and, and you'll see what some of these comments are about, labeling your slides and having the criteria go in order.
I have been in here for quite a while, but I didn't know how
Oh,
to
good.
see the PowerPoint. So
Oh,
I've
all
been,
right.
but I've been listening and learning too. So
Good, good. Well, now that you can see them, yeah, hang out and watch a couple
all
more.
right, thank you.
We're also live streaming this on YouTube.
Okay.
If that's easier, we can get you it's just the internet link and it'll pop right up in YouTube and you can watch
I
it
would
that
love
way as well.
I would love that. That would be great. Maybe my grants manager can send me that. But thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. I think Lon is here listening, so yeah, she can get that to you. And like I said, you can just stay here in the Zoom meeting for another presentation or two if you have the time.
All right, thank you.
Any other feedback folks have thought of? So I just want to be clear. So you're definitely doing a new playground, but it sounds like you're also retaining the old equipment and you'll continue to maintain that like on your own or with community
Yes.
volunteers and that sort of
Yes,
thing.
the volunteers will, it's still, it's still structurally sound and it's so far away. It's 27 acres and you saw on the map how small the building is in the overall park. And
Yeah.
let's see, it's back.
Okay.
Back, if you go back a few more, let's see, to the border, the one with the border. Keep going, keep going, keep going. There, go back one there. If you see, this is that community building right here, and this is the stage, and the playground equipment is back by this stage back here. So in reference, it's quite a ways away. So let's put it this way. 18-year-olds can go play on the swing, that big old swing, and not be in with the littles if they choose to horse around a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay.
Adults can go play on the swings. So.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Victoria. Yeah, your grants manager will be in touch and then we'll
Thank you.
see you again in August.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, next up, heading to the city of Orting. And hey, Michelle, you presenting here for Orting?
I am. Hello.
Great, welcome. Sounds like somebody's knocking on the. Let's go. Hang on, hold on.
No worries.
What's going on out there outside the conference room? But all right, let me get your PowerPoint up here for you. And I can pass you controls if you prefer or advance the slides on your behalf, whatever you would like.
Why don't you try passing the controls since that's kind of the ideal setup?
Sure.
And then yeah, if I have any trouble, then I'll tap you in.
Go ahead and click on the screen and see if that activates for you.
Oh, I believe so. I see a large mouse. Is it moving around on your side?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Great. Well, I'm going to get my timer ready real quick here. Help us out. Well, wonderful. My name is Michelle. I'm from the city of Orting, and I just wanted to say thank you first off for taking the time to review my presentation. Today, we're going to be talking about Main City Park Accessibility Improvements, Project 26-1453. So let's jump right into it. So first off, the city of Orting is in Pierce County, located between the Puyallup and Carbon Rivers, approximately 30 miles northwest of Mount Rainier and 42 miles south of Seattle. With a population just under 10,000, the city strives to maintain a small town feel while also offering recreation opportunities that serve not only the city's residents, but the surrounding rural areas as well. Main City Park is located within the downtown core of Orting. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. Main City Park is located within the downtown core of Orting, situated along State Route 162, with the popular Foothills Trail running directly through the park. Oh, hold on. Sorry, getting ahead of myself here. This is why we practice, right?
Yeah, sometimes there's a little delay too, so just click and then wait.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, we're still on this one then. So as I said, Main City Park is located within the downtown core of Orting, situated along State Route 162, with the popular Foothills Trail running through the park. Some existing elements include multiple play structures, a picnic shelter, a gazebo, and a restroom building. While some of these elements are somewhat new, however, the current playground surface of wooden play chips is limited, and limited barrier-free access points to play areas present daily challenges for park users and our maintenance team. In addition, the existing restroom facility was constructed in the late 1970s and is in dire need of significant upgrades to increase accessibility and also provide a better overall experience for park users. The overall goal of this project is to improve park safety and accessibility, creating a public space that is realistically usable for individuals with mobility challenges, as well as other park users. And the primary outdoor recreation opportunity is outdoor play, inclusive outdoor play, and general outdoor recreation. Now let's move on. Oh, there we go. That was supposed to be that one. Here we go. So that was a little bit of photos showing the existing location and the playground surfacing. Now we'll move on to need. This project addresses needs identified by the community in Orting's 2022 Parks, Trails, and Open Space Plan, including new playground surfacing, more restrooms, and ADA accessible facilities as desired additions to Main City Park. Park upgrades, including a new or renovated restroom facility, are also included in the city's main parks master plan, a guiding document for the development and renovation of Orting's parks in coming years. An overreaching goal of increasing accessibility is also at the forefront for future development and renovation of Orting's parks. Orting's ADA transition plan identifies access barriers that currently exist at Main City Park, and this project takes crucial first steps to create a more accessible and inclusive park experience. Currently, the City of Orting strives for all of its parks to meet ADA standards. However, in reality, significant accessibility barriers exist at all of Orting's parks. Arguably, Orting's most used park, Main City Park already contains ADA accessible elements, including compliant walkways, as well as ADA compliant elements like an inclusive spinner and an ADA accessible swing. While these elements exist at Main City Park, other existing park elements pose mobility challenges. Current playground bark surfacing is very difficult to navigate for users with limited mobility and requires regular maintenance to level out the surface and increase compaction. In addition, the concrete curbing outlining play areas poses access challenges and needs alterations to create barrier-free routes between play areas. Currently, only one barrier-free access point exists to the largest play elements, limiting barrier-free access to other play areas. The existing ADA swing is also located on the opposite side of the access point, requiring users to navigate about 30 feet of that playground bark to access the swing element, as you can see here. So we've got our one access area, and then here's our swing, and the access area is all the way on the other side. Project scope. So let's talk about existing features. Existing features of this park include a basketball court, which is not pictured. It's at the southern end of the park, a gazebo, a picnic shelter, 2 gravel parking lots, one of which is shown, one is not shown, a restroom facility at the northern end of the park, a trail information kiosk, and a playground with multiple play structures. So we'll go show some photos of those. We have 2 climbing and sliding structures, a swing set with 4 swings, a jungle gym climbing structure, our beloved Christmas tree spinner, I like to call it, and then our ADA spinner as well. All of these elements, except the ADA spinner, contain bark or mulch surfacing. All right. What is proposed? This project would replace the current surfacing within the play areas that contain mulch with playground grade artificial turf or pour in place rubber surfacing. The curbing within all of the play areas would also be renovated to create barrier-free access to every play element. Surface upgrades are necessary to create true accessibility to all of the play areas within this park. All community members deserve equal access to all of the activities that this park offers. New playground surfacing would enhance and provide a more inclusive outdoor play recreation experience. This project also proposes a renovation of the aging restroom facility. Constructed in 1978, this restroom is an essential amenity for the Orting community, located in the heart of downtown Orting and directly along the popular Foothills Trail. The restroom has not seen any significant upgrades since its construction, and while is technically ADA compliant, the current layout poses challenges for users with mobility issues. Grant funds would support critical enhancements to this facility, in turn improving access, increasing safety, and providing updated amenities for park users, enhancing the overall outdoor recreation experience. All right, project design. This project directly addresses a critical need within Main City Park, increasing accessibility to all the recreational elements within this park. Improving access through playground resurfacing and restroom renovations will resolve this need while simultaneously fulfilling two significant requests from our community for better playground surfacing and better restroom facilities. Main City Park is Orting's most popular and most visible park, making it the appropriate location for starting what is hoped to be one of many park projects that improve accessibility. Increased accessibility not only benefits those with mobility issues, but all park users, from parents navigating the park with strollers, scooters, or other wheeled devices, to our youngest park users that currently have trouble moving between play areas due to the lack of barrier-free openings in the concrete curbing. The primary constraint to note with this project, and like many parks projects, is the budget. A small municipality like ours has limited funds for park projects. To address this challenge, our solution is to maintain the current footprint of the park, utilizing the existing concrete curbing as a guide for where new surfacing will be installed. All right, budget. To ensure that the appropriate amount of funding is available for this project, we obtained estimates from 3 different playground surfacing companies and used the highest estimate as a guide for the estimated cost of replacing the playground surface. Regarding the restroom renovation, staff expertise was utilized to determine the estimated amount of funding needed to renovate the facility. Guidance from RCO staff and previous costs for cultural resources work for our current RCO projects help determine the estimated budget for cultural resources. If grant funds are awarded, we expect this project to be construction ready by 2028. Project engagement. Orting community members were engaged through multiple public outreach efforts while developing the 2022 Parks, Trails, and Open Space Plan and 2023 Main Parks Master Plan. While researching for the PTOS plan, the city conducted outreach at the local farmers market, which was located just north of Main City Park, every Friday over the summer of 2021. They hosted an informational booth and invited the opportunities for the public to offer feedback about the city's park system. And then there also was an online survey. In addition, while creating the 2023 Main Parks Master Plan, community outreach was conducted at 2 in-person events at Orting Main City Park and through an online survey shared on social media and the city website. At these events, which you can see one of the photos here, individuals were invited to view large printed versions of the master plan alternatives and provide feedback in the form of writing or drawing on the alternatives. Community. As mentioned earlier, input from the community directly influenced the design of this project. Essentially, city staff used the data gathered from these community outreach efforts as a direct guide for considering new park projects in Orting. So the community input directly informs what projects we're going to pursue. And then again, we've got another photo here of some outreach and as well a photo of a park element with some stars identified by the community, identifying that want for playground surfacing. All right, partnerships. The city has a strong history of working with local organizations like our Lions Club for park projects, including the current picnic shelter, pictured here, and the gazebo at Main City Park. We plan to pursue partnering once again with this organization and other local organizations like our PTA or local scout troops. And we don't have anything secured right now, but we definitely plan to pursue partnering and see if that's feasible. Sustainability. Utilizing the existing footprint of the park ensures that current natural elements remain intact while simultaneously improving park user experience. Other significant sustainability factors to note include the use of green building techniques and the installation of energy-saving fixtures during the restroom renovation. Another economic factor to consider is money saved from the reduced routine maintenance of these improved features. New surfacing has little maintenance costs, and new restroom amenities would reduce our ongoing maintenance costs as well. To wrap it up, cost efficiencies to note include the reduced costs of maintenance for both the playground surface and the renovated restroom. Less staff time maintaining play chips and repairing existing bathroom features is something to note. Also, we have the possible partnerships with local organizations and maybe the opportunity for donation of labor as well. None of this is currently in hand, but with our strong history of partnering with local organizations, we feel that this is a route to pursue if needed as well. Donations aren't necessary for this project to be completed, but they will be pursued to help improve the chances of staying within our budget. With that, I'd like to say thank you and open it up to any questions.
Great, thanks, Michelle. All right, feedback, thoughts on this one? Mary, go ahead.
Thanks for your presentation, Michelle. I appreciate that. I may have missed it, but on your budget slide, I didn't see how much you were requesting for the grant or what your matching funds were. I do like that you went and did some research and got some estimates from reliable sources. That was really helpful.
Okay, but put the total and the match on there as well. Okay.
Yeah, that would be helpful for us.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
All right, go ahead, David, and then Rebecca.
Yeah, two things. First, I'm not sure that I caught any of the details of how you're doing the restroom renovation. I think you just have the kind of the budget, but didn't really talk about that in there. So then the second thing is you talk about the popular Foothills Trail, but the context of how that fits into the playground stuff is missing for me, not being familiar with Ording. So it'd be helpful to understand that context.
Okay, great. Yeah, good to know. I mean, essentially the trail just naturally brings in a lot of users to our park. So they're already, utilizing the trail for walking or cycling. So they'll stop and play at the park, or namely, it's a good place to stop and use the restroom for a lot of cyclists. So that's kind of the connection I was thinking there, but I can definitely clarify.
Yeah, good question. And you could show it on the map. You could kind of give us a little context of show the trail passing through.
Okay.
Rebecca, go ahead, and then Melissa.
Sure. A couple thoughts. I didn't see any demographic data up front or anything around like population growth or the population of those with mobility issues or disabilities within the region area. So that would be helpful in order to understand the necessity of the ADA requirements or changes. And then the other question I had was just around the restroom quote. I don't think I've ever seen a restroom quote for $100,000. It's usually much higher. So
okay,
I don't. Maybe just context around what actually is happening there. If you're just changing fixtures and like that would make sense. But usually restroom renovations are more expensive. So that was a question I had as well. And the only other thing I would just say is, I don't know if you had it up front because you skipped back and forth a little bit, was do you have a map of all the other locations of the closest parks? You just have, yeah, so maybe that right after that one, if you had a map of like what's the other resources or access to parks and where are the closest ADA accessible parks
Yeah.
in
Okay.
relation to the site, that would be helpful.
It's just hard to stay in that time limit. But yeah, I definitely thank you. This is very good feedback.
Go ahead, Melissa.
I've been in Ording, and that trail does bring in a lot of people. So I would recommend, if you have any data in regard to the number of people that it brings in, if you can break that down to like the the demographics of those people, I think that would be really beneficial. Additionally, on the I think it's the next slide that you kind of show. No, yeah, it's so slide 3, I think, is where you're trying to show that trail. I would recommend like bold, like identifying that trail on the map, just to show, where it is in proximity to the park a little easier. Because like I said, I understand where you're coming from because I've been in Ording and I've been at that park. But for others who have not, it would be really beneficial. And I know you guys rely a lot on that park and that trail bringing in people, especially to Ording. So identifying that data and showing that would, I think, greatly benefit you guys and your slides.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Melissa. Other thoughts on this one? Michelle, there were a few criteria where you spent a lot of time talking about it with really good information, but you were just on one slide. So feel free to add other slides, photos, graphics. You can flip through them as you're talking to sort of illustrate what you're talking about. That can be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely to be transparent, yeah, I didn't realize the time requirement or the requirement for the PowerPoint to kind of essentially be ready so quickly. So I definitely know I've got a lot more work and I'm excited to spend a lot more time on this. This is just kind of what I've been able to work up within the last week or so, unfortunately. So thank you. Yes, I definitely plan on trying to get some more images, maybe some better aerial views if I have time. But as many of you know are familiar, just we've got incredibly limited resources. So it's kind of just how creative can I get with what I've got to kind of show the point I'm trying to make.
Sure. Yeah, and we understand applications were just due last week, so this came up very quickly, or the week before last. In years past, we haven't done local parks quite so early in our process. So yeah, we needed your PowerPoints pretty quick after your. All right, well, you'll get some written feedback as well once your grants manager returns your application, and then we'll see you again in August.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you so much. This was very helpful.
Good. All right, thanks, Michelle. Bye. All right, we made it to our next break. A little bit ahead of schedule, but let's just stay on track. Come on back at 11:30 and we'll continue on with Summer. Hey, Derek.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Welcome. Looks like you'll be presenting for Sumner.
Yeah.
All right. Well, folks are just getting back from a break. We'll get your PowerPoint pulled up here for you. Yeah, can you see that?
Yep.
All right, perfect. And let's see, I can pass controls to you or advance slides, whatever you prefer.
Sure, I'll take control, I guess.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me find you. There you are. Okay, if you click on the screen, it should activate it for you. There we go.
Yep.
All right. Well, whenever you're ready, you got 12 minutes. You can go right ahead.
All right. Well, thank you for having me today. My name is Derek Berry. I'm the Assistant Director of our Operations Department for the City of Sumner. Excited to introduce the Bennett Property Phase 1 development and acquisition. So this is located in Sumner, Washington. Sumner is located in Pierce County. We are south of Auburn, east of Puyallup, and just down the hill from Lake Tapsabonnie Lake area. This park is in the northeast corner of what we would consider our residential area of Sumner. In this map, you'll see what is the original property that was acquired in 2020, along with the Robinson parcel that we acquired in 2023 and did receive a waiver of retroactivity. As you can see, there's quite a bit of development around there with trailer park down just south of it, two big HOA communities, and then a lot of multifamily dwellings nearby. Part of that acquisition through Pierce County Conservation Futures was because of the immediacy of threat, which we'll be talking about a little bit later here. In 2016, we started our Parks and Trail Plan update. That included identifying areas of Sumner that we needed additional parks. Our goal is to have walkability of a quarter mile to get to a park. The big green circles you see on the map show where we did not have a park to meet those needs. Since that time, like I said, we were able to acquire this property where the yellow star is, where the Bennett property is. We also were able to acquire some property south of 410. Our park system includes 3 neighborhood parks, 1 regional park, and 2 special use parks. Let's see if this will work for next slide. It did. Okay. So more about walkability in this community in particular. These figures are from 2017. We have, let's see, 3,000 people within a half mile, which is just outside of what we typically would do, but the quarter mile is 2,240 residents. We do also have some warehouses where people quite often don't get much time to get outside, so providing this as an option would be fantastic. More on public need. This census tract, oh, I went too far. Sorry about that. So this census tract has a median household income below average, higher disability or disabled population, higher body mass index and mortality rate. See, there we go. This park will serve a mix of residents living in different settings, including the traditional housing neighborhoods with some low density residential. Like I mentioned, we have the mobile home park just to the south, commercial properties to the west, and part of our manufacturing industrial center where we have over 16,000 employees daily. Next up is our project scope. As you can see here, the orange is the acquired property that would be part of our acquisition reimbursement we're asking for. This was a little over about a quarter of an acre. We were able to acquire this from Kirk Robinson, who actually owned the property to the west as well. This was a huge part of our master planning process with the residents in the community about adding additional access in and out. Part of the phase one improvements you would see is the drive lane, the walking path, and some seating through here. There will be a lot of existing conditions that remain for this phase one project. This will give you the entirety of what the phase one includes. Partial parking lot, future parking lot would be down here. We would have the entry lane through here and an exit lane through that last parcel we were able to get. Walking path around, as well as wetland mitigation. There is a wetland here in the middle, and our impact for this phase one, we would be doing the mitigation here, and this access here to the east through what we call the Hanson hallway. The amenities that you'd be seeing with phase one were some of those popular featured ones with our master planning process: the plaza and walkway, the trees screening, wetland and storm. We would be providing a portable toilet out there. We're not throwing this in there as a big major feature, but it just makes it more usable for this phase one opening, as well as, of course, the ADA parking lot, 80 spots and parking lot. The immediacy of threat that we wanted to talk about was the acreage here was just under 4 acres for the Bennett property. We did see some plans for, let me show you on this next slide, for housing, but with us having that master plan identifying areas we needed parks, we thought this would be a good opportunity to purchase this to provide access for the neighborhood. And once again, this was a big win for us, for the neighborhood, as well as Pierce County Conservation Futures. They really wanted to see improved access beyond just the property we bought with them. This was the last parcel in the region. Typically our houses and properties go up for sale. They're only open for a couple weeks and close. Like I said, we were able to acquire that property already. Project design. A lot of input from the public. Obviously, you start with just some general ideas and concepts, and you fine tune it all the way to a master plan. This design for phase one is really about making it a walkable path and opening up the field, as we call it, to the public for good use. Here is the Robinson property from the street that would be providing. There already is an entrance here. The Hanson hallway, as we call it, would provide access for all the pedestrian or all of the community that lives east of the property. It cuts off about a half-mile to 3/4 of a mile walk to go up and around and navigate all the way through to get to the other openings of the park. And then East Valley Highway is a major corridor in Sumner that runs from Sumner all the way up to Seattle if you really want to get there, once you get into Renton. So really it's about opening this up, getting people to be able to use it, and enjoying the walking atmosphere. Sustainability, just one second. As you can see, there's a peekaboo view of Mount Rainier. We'd be making sure that we are impacting the neighborhood minimally by having the mitigation sites on the exterior and having the core of the activity be in the middle of the park, by providing the parking on the outside. We have East Valley Highway also has our existing trail, shared use path that connects up to the Sumner Link Trail. We have a proposed soft service trail nearby, as well as proposed bike trails. For more sustainability, we've got our wetland boundary access. We have here a very nice oak tree that's technically on the neighbor's property. We've talked to them about wanting to keep that and make sure that we don't damage it. So we have provided buffering there and move the channelization south. Let's see. Just one second. There we go. Site suitability. How am I doing on time? About 8 minutes in?
Yes.
Okay. So with the tree selection and native plants here, we obviously want to make sure we're not blocking the views of Mount Rainier using native plants. Like I said before, we want to keep that separation of public space and private residences and providing that buffer. Future phases, I'll go into real briefly. Like I said, they're in the middle of the park to keep them away from the neighboring properties. So this shows once again the site suitability with the Robinson property. This was acquired. This is what we're trying to have be the retroactivity portion of our combination grant here. Expansion and renovation of the property. Having a delay here. Second. So this project would expand and develop investments by both Pierce County Conservation Futures, the City of Sumner, and as well as our Rotary, who's offered $25,000 to help with funding of it as well. And then I want to go a little more into project support. So this project started off, like I said, in 2020. There was a lot of back and forth with the community through the master planning process. Since then, we have engaged with community members nearby. There's been a lot of push to get council to support this moving forward again, and that's why we're seeking funding. We did apply in 2022, but we did not receive funding. Council wanted to make sure this was a priority. Hearing back from the community, we went ahead and are applying again. This shows the engagement that we've had with our project page as we were doing the master planning. We also have letters of support and recently received one from Kenny Salvini, who lives just down the street. He is the co-founder and executive director of the Here and Now project. He's a very big fan of this. What they do is they seek to enhance the lives of people with mobility challenges. So in speaking with Kenny and working with him, he really wants to see this moving forward. He's been engaging with leadership here at the city to gain that support, and is really hopeful for the investment from RCO to get this park opened up. This image here is Harold Hansen. He is a gentleman on the east side of the property who, when the project was proposed, had concerns at first, but then was very excited about the opportunity to allow the kids in the neighborhood to get to the park in a much safer, easier way. And then really in the end, we're hoping we can add your name and logo and everything else to get this park open. It's been sitting vacant too long, and the community really needs it. So I just want to say thank you, and let me know if you have any questions or suggestions. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Great, thank you, Derek. There are a few evaluation criteria that have changed.
Yeah.
So like project support now is split into three pieces of project engagement. So I think you touched on some of the information we're looking for, but we'll just need you to kind of reorganize and relabel your slides, make sure you hit the current criteria. We also no longer have an expansion and renovation criteria. That's an older one.
Yeah.
So just take a look at the current manual, and your grants manager can help you out just to make sure you get. So anyway, again, I think some of the information is good. You just might need to relabel, reorganize, rearrange, sort of thing. But so that's just a formatting thing. And then a committee. Do folks have feedback, suggestions on this project? David, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't really catch what the development side of it is until this last slide here, and I'm not sure all this is part of the development of the site. So you need to kind of walk through that a little bit more. And then the second thing I caught in one of the images is that the access out to East Valley Highway, it appears there's no sidewalk there. So I'm kind of curious how people get access off of East Valley Highway into the park. So those are things that I'd be looking for in the future.
Great,
thank you.
Mary, go ahead, and then Rebecca.
Wow, what a what a big project you have there. Glad to see you're doing the wetland mitigation on site. I did have a couple questions. It looks like, I think it was slides 5 and 7, you had some circles drawn around your project site, but you didn't tell us what the distance were, or did I miss it? So that was, either speak to that or put a scale on it in some way. And
Okay.
also, I don't remember seeing a budget slide. Yeah, this slide here, the blue circle. What's the distance? What are you trying to portray there? The distance from the park?
Yeah, so at the bottom it has it in blue. Quarter mile is 2,240 residents.
Oh,
Green is the half mile of 3,058.
okay. Sorry, I missed
But I,
that.
I could have that on the slide a little bit bigger so it is in the picture itself as opposed to down below.
That would be helpful. We have a lot of slides to go through, and it's just the more that we can grasp from our first glance is really helpful. And I don't remember seeing a budget slide. Did I miss that?
Yeah, that's one of the criteria revisions we made. Is
Okay.
design has been split into two pieces, and one of them is budget. So
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
Rebecca, and then Melissa.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. Excited about this park. I had a similar question around David. It was very unclear to me which sections that was getting funded. So if there was a slide where you could, and you have a nice rendering there, overhead rendering, if you can circle like this is the project area that we're doing right now. Like I saw a playground on there, but that doesn't look like that's in your budget. And so just having a good sense of like, this is what we're going for funding. That would be helpful.
So like one that has what's being funded and then so we have a graph that shows the whole park build out and
Yeah.
then just the phase one.
And
Kind of
maybe
the two of them
maybe that
together.
is what is it everything in the red lines that you're funding right now?
In the red lines, yeah.
Okay, that wasn't really clear. I might just have been I missed that, but
Okay.
And then the other question I had was around sustainability with the wetland. Like you didn't really mention the stormwater management or wetland mitigation in your sustainability slide. And it seems like that should be a part of it.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah, just to build off of Rebecca's comment on the wetland mitigation, it would be good to know how you came to the decision to move the wetland and create the park design where it currently is. I think that would speak to sustainability a lot and help us understand what the thought was behind that and the ecological impact or considerations that need to be discussed further.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Other thoughts or feedback on this project? All right. Well, thanks, Derek. Yeah, you got a question?
I randomly have a question. With this being an acquisition request as well as the development side for the Robinson property, it feels weird to present it as if it's the immediacy of threat, that it's a big deal to get it because we already have it now, right? We have the waiver of retroactivity. How would you want that presented in these slides? Does that make sense? The question, like how to approach it?
It does. Yeah. Great question. So first of all, because this is a combination, you'll be answering every evaluation criteria. So you have a little more to squeeze into the 12 minutes. And again, just double check that current manual to make sure you have all the current criteria. And talk to your grants manager. And then the immediacy of threat. Yeah, so you got a waiver, which is a policy we have at RCO that allows you to sort of buy in advance and preserve eligibility. And at the time, there was a threat. And so what you want to do for the presentation is sort of take us back in time and say, okay, yeah, we bought this under a waiver back in 22 or 23. And here's why. We had to jump on it because houses were being built and, the opportunity would have been lost. So that's what so it is a little weird. It's like after the fact, right? There isn't
Yeah.
any threat now, but what you want to tell us about is, at the time we gave you the waiver, what that threat was.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Great. Well, thanks, Derek. We'll see you again in August.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Bye. All right. Next up, we have Seattle. And looks like Jacqueline's here, Mo's here. I'm not sure who's presenting this one. Let me get the PowerPoint pulled up.
Hi, this is Rachel. I'll
Oh, and
present.
Rachel, you presenting this one?
I am.
Okay,
I'm joining from my phone because, of course, this is when my computer decided to crash. So you're just gonna have to bear with me, but I'm glad that you're pulling up the PowerPoint on your end.
Yeah, no problem at all. That happens.
Yeah.
Can you see? So it should be. Can everyone see that? I don't know how well you can see it on your phone, but
I can see it. We're good. Yeah.
Cool. Do you want me to advance the slides for you? Probably, since you're just on your phone.
Yes, I think that's going to be best, and I'll just tell you when to go.
Yeah. Just say next or something, and I'll advance it for you. So.
Okay, that sounds great. Appreciate it. And you tell me when to start.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so I'm Rachel Banner. I'm a strategic advisor with Seattle Parks and Recreation, and I've been the planner on this Judkins Park renovation project since about summer of last year. And I actually live in the area and have two little kids who use this playground and have lots of neighbors and friends who do as well. So project is near and dear to what I do and who I am. And if you go to the next slide, I'll just give you a little overview of where we are. So we're in Seattle within the state of Washington, and you can go to the next slide, and we're kind of in central Seattle specifically, in the central area. And we're talking about Judkins Park here today. As you can see from this map, kind of really looking at that half-mile radius around the park, extremely diverse and dense neighborhood in which we are working in. Next slide. And this is just a quick overview of a portion of Judkins Park that we are doing our renovations in. And you can see all the little colors on there are pieces of our project, not all of which are in scope for this grant, but kind of give you the big picture. 2 restroom renovations, playground, spray park, and general accessibility. Next slide. So specifically zooming in on the part of the project that this request is for is the playground, access to the playground and the restroom. As you can see here, we have a 27-year-old playground, lots of rust, high use, definitely need a replacement, and the restroom is as well. For example, there's not a stall on the women's restroom doors, so you go in there and have to use it. And next slide. And this is why it was prioritized in both our asset management plan and our parks and open space plan. But as we began preparing for the project itself, really recognized that looking at the broader context of where this investment is occurring and the investments in this park over time, that we needed a more concerted planning effort that looked at the park more holistically and kind of all the elements beyond just the playground, the restroom, and accessibility to understand how do we honor the history of this community. So next slide. Looking at sort of what area parks we have, specifically playgrounds, there are 2 within that walking distance radius of Judkins. We've got Pratt Park, which is at the end of its useful life and is scheduled for a renovation in the coming years. And then Blanche Leviso Park, which is simply a under 5 playground. It really serves even younger than that and is primarily used by a daycare. But as you can see from kind of the neighborhood who lives around the park, we've got over 8,000 people within a 10-minute walk. 1,000 or more of those are kids or people under age 20. So super dense, not a lot of single family homes. And so these playgrounds really are the backyards of everyone who lives within the Judkins Park neighborhood. And it's also a highly diverse area. Next slide. Kind of looking at the history of the park, we really see why investment is needed in this project and why it is a local priority for our communities. The Duwamish peoples, the native peoples of this land really stewarded this land for time immemorial. But when we get to about the this is where I'm going to have to zoom in, 1880s, we saw some farming, then a ravine was developed, which then became a landfill. So this park does sit on a landfill. The neighborhood has fought off highway development. They have had to fight to get the landfill created into a park, decades of advocacy to just get the basics that we have there today, including an advocacy effort in the 90s to really to build a spray park at this site, which was the work of a local daycare leader. And she actually physically built the spray park herself because of her advocacy and effort in this park. So we look at here today and the need for investment, but also the need to sort of reflect the years of advocacy and also the culture and community that we see in the Judkins Park neighborhood. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see kind of what that means in terms of who lives here and what has that history been. So in the 1920s, the Black population of Seattle was very little, but due to when people did start migrating to this area, we saw, because of redlining and other land use, that the Black population was really concentrated in the central area of Seattle, as you can see, and built a huge, rich culture that we're excited about reflecting in this park. And also with it came a lack of opportunity that you can see reflected in the health and social vulnerability statistics as seen here. Next slide. So we're excited. It is a place currently of culture, and we are excited to elevate that through our project. It's the location of Emoja Fest, which is the largest Black festival in the state. It's a center of community gatherings, play. We did some engagement I'll talk about later with teens. So really engaging with the full community and history in this renovation. Next slide. So project scope, I touched on just a little bit already, but you can see here we've got a current playground, restrooms, some supporting infrastructure. Currently, you can't get to the playground via an accessible pathway. You can't get to the women's restroom. There's no pathway at all. It's just grass. So really looking at addressing some of the basics here in our project and then amplifying that. Next slide. So as we went out to community, really heard that there was a desire for one large playground instead of what's there today, which is kind of 3 separate areas. We're retaining the number of swings, adding climbing and sliding, more shade seating and tables, reflecting again those cultural colors, art elements, and then restoring the restroom. Next slide. So this is the play equipment we'll have at the park. So this is the 5 to 12 play area. We'll also have 2 to 5 equipment, updated restrooms, and then also elevating the nature play that's already there. Next slide. And sort of diving into kind of the play equipment more specifically, Judkins Park is one of the sites for our universally inclusive play, which means that it goes beyond accessibility and looks at the factors that really invite and welcome people of all abilities and ages to gather in this place. And our landscape architects site workshop have really been leaders in this space and developed these principles of what creates an inclusive play space, which are being incorporated into our design, including access to nature, art, really giving people options and multifunctionality in the play experience, engaging all 8 senses, making the coolest stuff accessible, and having places where people could also sit back and preview and view the space in which they're entering. Next slide. And then going beyond the play and inclusivity, looking at the project's goals and vision. These really came from our community engagement process and our guiding lights for our design itself, but including storytelling into the design, honoring Dolores Bradley, who was that daycare leader I mentioned earlier, reflecting the current community's aesthetics into the park, reusing site materials, expanding opportunities for all ages and abilities. A good example of this is like as they're working on the play equipment, we heard a desire for exercise equipment. And while we don't have the current scope to be able to do that, we're incorporating elements into the play equipment that perhaps an adult could use for pull-ups, for example, and a place that feels safe and comfortable. Next slide. Here's again, just kind of labeling each of those elements, that accessible pathway, which will now lead you to both the accessible playground and the restrooms. The playground will be played turf, so anyone can roll right on and easily access all of the equipment. One of the biggest desires we heard from engagement was it is hot at Judkins Park. Doesn't have the same tree canopy as other neighborhoods, again, because of the historic lack of investment I mentioned earlier. So really incorporating shade, both natural and covered shade when possible, and amplifying that nature play. Next slide. So for the grant scope of work, we're requesting $1 million, but as I mentioned, we have a scope that's much broader than that. DCW, which is a cost estimating firm, along with our designer site workshop, really helped to put together this estimate based on our design. And we are currently wrapping up our 30% and do anticipate we'll be in construction by the end of 2027. Next slide. I've touched on all of sort of outcomes of our outreach, but how did we get there? Extensive community engagement for this project in particular. We've engaged over 700 community members, had 7 events, tons of survey responses. And I think if you go to the next slide, what I'm most proud of as our team is that we didn't just reach 700 people. We made sure they were the people living in the community and reflecting the demographics that lived there. So if you go to the next slide, I believe, yes, it's going to be in a couple slides, but we partnered with community and created and hosted events that really brought people together, not again just around the playground options, but what was their grand vision for the park and how do we reflect the history and the current use of this space. For example, incorporating the Dinkra symbols, which is an African symbol that represents lots of unity and other symbolic messages. So those will be incorporated into the design. Next slide. And so to accomplish all of this, we knew it was really critical that we were partnering with community on outreach. So we've had Margot Jones, who's actually runs Emoja Fest, as our outreach consultant, along with Africa Town Community Land Trust and the William Gross Center for Cultural Innovation, who really helped us reach teens in the community and have done some STEM like design coaching with them as well. Next slide. So thinking about sustainability and the ecological factors, I've already mentioned the trees and shade that we'll be incorporating into the park. We are really reusing site materials where we can and adding in native and resilient plantings, as well as kind of amplifying that nature play so people can experience nature as well. Next slide. Something I haven't mentioned, but is actually like very exciting and new for this park is that the light rail just opened, and it's right proximate to the park. It's that yellow dot, and it now connects Seattle to the whole east side of Lake Washington. This park also sits on the Central Park Trail, which is a bike trail network that connects many parks within the central area. And so this playground is one of those. So lots of walking, biking, etc. And elements I've already mentioned to elevate culture and bring people together in this really important and historical space for the community. Next slide. And similarly, thinking about that community, doing these renovations will just enhance the ability of folks like the Emoja Fest to celebrate the culture and actually boost economic income within the community. You know, they bring in tons of vendors who are able to showcase their art and goods at those types of festivals at the site. And also, I should mention that like many demonstrations, this is a historical site of demonstrations in Seattle. So like the Women's March, MLK Day March, they all happened in Judkins Park. Go ahead to the next slide. Cost efficiencies. So we've already received $1 million grant for King County, and then Seattle Parks and Recreation is contributing to the project. And we have really been looking for cost efficiencies wherever we can. One of those being, through the extensive engagement that we've done, we know that our investments will be aligned with what community desires, and hopefully will be maintained and loved for years to come. Next slide. I think that's it. So just want to wrap up by saying, we're really thrilled by the Judkins Park renovations, and truly think it will do a lot to elevate this park and also to honor the history, the advocacy, and the love that the community has had for this space for decades. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. Feedback on this project from the committee. Rebecca, go ahead.
Hi, Rachel. Great job. Excited about this park project for sure. There were a couple things on slide 3. It was really hard to read, and the data on the right feels very important. And then I don't know why there's a random TPL logo there, so you could kind of remove the logo and increase the visibility of that population data. That would be, because we can't really see it. The other piece on this is that I think you probably want to add in the light rail station in your introduction, because I think that is a pretty significant impact to passage through and, like getting people to and from light rail. So I don't know if there's any sound transit data that you can add in terms of the impact of increased usage of the park as a result of that. And also on your timeline had another, it was also very, like, we couldn't read anything on the timeline. So maybe just simplifying it or getting your key messages. It's a cool timeline, but again, knowing like what's the main point that you want to get through there would be helpful. That one, yeah.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, thanks. The same thing, Rebecca. Several of those slides that you're just showing were unreadable, with the colors and stuff like that. So trying to figure that out. And I'd also agree to talk about light rail in the changes in the neighborhood. My brother-in-law has lived on 23rd Street right across from the park for 30 years, and I've seen over all these years the changes in that neighborhood, and lots more housing development. So I think a little bit of the local access into the park and the local things. This is like the only park I go to in Seattle because I visit my brother-in-law there. So it's a beautiful space, and a lot of people use it. So look forward to the renovation.
Great, thank you, David. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you. Hey, nice job. Great project. I think that you covered the need really well, which was really important. It almost was not enough time to cover everything else, right? Especially project design, which is kind of complicated, the fit with existing elements and new elements and trying to figure some of that out. And I know there's an existing restroom, but you're remodeling it. But then there's the rest of the project includes replacing a different restroom. So maybe just, I know it's tough between existing and remodel work, but trying to understand like, the need. There's 2 restrooms in the park, I guess was what there will be, right? 2 different buildings.
Yeah.
And then just making sure that we explain, the need for that and maybe the park size and the number of patrons there and all that kind of thing is great. But yeah, no, I think that's it. Nice job though.
Good, thanks, Jeff. There's other thoughts? All right, Rachel, it sounds like, so the scope of work is restroom renovations, playground, and a little bit of pathway, right?
Correct.
And then it sounds like you have a significant amount of other funds for also for this park for like a phase one, like the infrastructure, or like will this stand alone, or is it dependent upon that other like $1 million from I don't know what it was?
Yeah, this is standalone, Carl, is
Okay.
motorway.
Hey, Mo.
The other restroom, there's another restroom at the north end of the park that is out of scope in large part because part of that building sits on Seattle Public Schools property. And so we did not want to touch that with the grant request. And then we have a little bit of money to refresh the spray park, but that's not much. So the real focus of the whole project is what Rachel's talking about here.
Okay. Okay. So these other investments are in the park, but not related to this scope of work, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Anything else from the committee? All right. Thanks, Rachel. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. See you again in August.
Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. Thanks, everybody. We have arrived at our lunch break. So see you about a little before 1:10. We'll continue on. Thanks. Hey, Lindsay.
Hello.
Are you presenting this next one for Warden?
Yes, I will be.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you.
Just give folks another minute and make sure everyone's back from lunch.
Yeah, I drove through Warden about 6 months ago, going over to Eastern Washington to see my family. So it'll be interesting to see where this park is at.
Yeah. I mean, right
All right.
now it is just a open parcel. I know I drive through it almost every day.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Cool.
All right, I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint, and then Lindsay, I can hand you control if you prefer, or I can advance the slides, whatever you'd like.
Sure, I'll take control.
Okay. Cool. Can you see that okay?
I can, yep.
Great.
All right.
Okay, now if you click on the slide, that should activate it.
Perfect.
All right.
Perfect. Okay. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present our Port Park Development Project. I'm Lindsay Betts, the Clerk Treasurer Assistant for the City of Warden. Where is Warden? I know a lot of people don't necessarily know where it is. Just a few years ago, I didn't either. So Warden actually sits in the center of Washington, in the heart of the Columbia Basin's agricultural region. It's about 35 miles northeast of the Tri-Cities and 20 miles south of Moses Lake. Oh, let's get you to my map. So Port Park itself is located at 109 North Main Street, just 1,100 feet from the Palouse to Cascades Trail, which places it in a uniquely strategic position to support long-distance trail users. The park's open grassy area on Warden's east side makes it a logical and much-needed stop for travelers. Locally, it's well positioned to serve as the community's primary trailhead and a dedicated recreation space. We regularly meet cyclists and hikers traveling across the state who are looking for a safe place to rest. Currently, Port Park has no developed amenities. There's no campsite, there's no restroom, and there's no trail support facilities. This project would transform Port Park into a functional trailhead and camping hub. It would expand recreation opportunities for residents and for the growing number of long-distance trail users passing through Warden. The project includes primitive campsites, a group campsite, a restroom and shower building, an access trail, bike racks, a repair station, barbecue pits, and other supporting features. This site is also located at the end of Main Street, so it is close to some services such as restaurants, gas station. There's a town and country market, as well as a laundromat, and some other small services. The need for this project comes from two different directions that were identified in our Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces Plan. We found gaps in Warden's recreation system and increasing regional trail demand. Our existing parks that we currently have, they all have specific purposes. We have baseball fields, we have basketball courts, playgrounds, even horseshoe pits, but none of them currently provide for camping or trailhead services. And as a result, there's currently no appropriate place in Warden for cyclists or hikers to camp or even access restrooms during their travels. So that's where Port Park comes into play. Port Park is the closest city-owned property to the trail corridor. We frequently get phone calls and questions about trail users seeking a place to stay, and this site offers the most practical and suitable location for designated facilities. The city's Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan identified Port Park improvements as a priority based on community input. Our residents expressed a desire for more outdoor gathering spaces, improved amenities, and better support for trail users passing through Warden. The project directly responds to those priorities. The site itself was originally deeded to the city from the Port of Warden back in 2014. And while it functions as a small park today, it lacks the infrastructure needed to support long-distance recreation users. This project will construct a CXT Rainier restroom and shower combo building, 3 primitive campsites, a group area, 825 feet of circulation paths, bike racks, a bike repair station, picnic tables, barbecue grills, trash and recycling receptacles, landscaping, drainage improvements, and power, water, and sewer. These improvements would then create Borden's first formal trailhead, supporting local residents and statewide users, including Cross Washington Riders, the John Wayne Pioneer Wagons and Riders, the Cascade Rail Foundation, and the many members of the Palouse to Cascades Trail Coalition. All these groups rely on some of the most remote parts of the Cascade to Palouse Trail, including eastern sections that have long been vulnerable to reduced access. Regular use helps to protect the trail, and this project would improve access to a key stretch of that route. By providing a functional place to camp, Worden becomes an important connector along the eastern portion of the trail and a meaningful stop for these long-distance users. The design adds essential infrastructure while maintaining a small development footprint on a grassy parcel. Utility extensions and drainage improvements would then ensure long-term functionality as well. 6-foot circulation paths, accessible routes, and an ADA-compliant combo restroom and shower ensure inclusivity, and environmental impacts would be minimal. We are also planning on initiating this project in a phased approach to best manage resources effectively. Other amenities would include a parking area, a pavilion, playground, shade features, landscaping, and additional connectivity to that trailhead. The total project cost is $724,000, including $604,000 in direct development and $120,000 in architectural and engineering. The major components would include that CXT Rainier restroom and shower building, as I've mentioned. And here I also have an image of that, as well as the floor plan. It would also include campground development, site preparation, power utilities, sewer, water, landscaping, circulation paths, cultural resources, and permitting. The city's match of $224,000 would come from the real estate excise tax funds, which have been allocated to the project. Engineering would begin immediately after contracting, with construction anticipated in 2028. The project was shaped through a structured community engagement process conducted as part of the city's adopted PROS plan. Engagement included surveys, bilingual materials, public meetings, and conversations with trail users and local organizations. We have consistently heard from residents that they have expressed the need for more outdoor recreation amenities, safe gathering spaces, and facilities that support long-distance trail users. City Council has endorsed the project and has committed those real estate excise tax funds to match. Regional trail groups, including the Cross Washington Community and the John Wayne Pioneer Wagons and Riders Association and the Palouse to Cascades Trail Coalition, all recognize Worden as an important service point. The city already supports the John Wayne Trail Riders annually by providing dry camping during their annual cross-state ride, and that's actually coming up in the next week or so when we'll see them. For local partnerships, the city continues to collaborate with the Port of Worden, who is the original landowner and an ongoing development partner, our Public Works Department for site preparation and long-term maintenance, and community stakeholders engaged through the PROS plan process. These partnerships show broad regional and local alignment, which reinforces Worden's role as an essential connector along the Palouse to Cascades Trail. Long-term stewardship will be carried out by the City of Worden Public Works Department, which maintains all city-owned parks and public spaces. Code enforcement will also conduct routine checks, and law enforcement will include the park and patrol routes. Additionally, the city will adopt park and camping-specific ordinances defining permitted activities, camping rules, quiet hours, and expectations for trail users. These measurements ensure Port Park will be responsibly maintained, actively monitored, and supported by clear policies. The city currently owns the site, which eliminates the acquisition costs. The durable low maintenance features also reduce long-term expenses, and we will have Public Works complete portions of site prep. In closing, the Park project will provide a safe, functional, and much-needed trailhead and camping area along the Palouse to Cascades Trail if we are selected for this grant. I want to thank everyone for their time and consideration and welcome any questions at this point.
Great, thank you, Lindsay. All right, any suggestions, questions? David, go ahead.
Yeah, Lindsay, it'd be helpful that you start out talking about the trail thing to give that bigger context up front kind of thing. I think that's really helpful. You brought it in, but to do that up front in the project, and then I know how blazingly hot it can get in Warden, so kind of wondering about shade features and having that in a earlier phase, because I can't imagine riding your bike all day long and then putting up a tent in the sun like that. So curious about that.
Yes, I believe we did have some shrubs and trees in the plan for the first phase of that development.
Great, thank you. Anne, go ahead.
The slide numbering was a little small, so I didn't see them at first. So there was an early slide that had text like over photos that I feel like it would have been better maybe with like to pull them out, or that one, yeah. I don't know. So we can't really see the photos and the text is really small. So I don't know if you can maybe rework this one to kind of give us a better try to tell the story that you're trying to tell with this slide, which yeah.
I guess what exactly are you looking for with this slide? Are you wanting to see those pictures, or?
It's always good if you can have us let us see the picture and just maybe have some bullet points like out to the side.
Okay.
And maybe because there's a lot of text and numbers to try to absorb, and then I'm wondering what the pictures are, and then I'm not listening to you talking, and so
I see.
we can just make it a little easier on
Sure.
us. And then a few of your slides I noticed, I noted 11 and 13. There was a lot of information on those slides, so I think you should break those out into several slides.
Okay.
Like the text, we can't read the text. It's too small at this. Yeah, I'm looking at it on a laptop.
Okay.
And so I'm not really getting much out of this one, but if you make it into several slides, I think you could get the information across better.
Okay.
Yeah, great project. I love it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Corey, go ahead.
Cool. Lindsay, thank you so much for putting this forward. And that Palouse Trail is a pretty exciting component on the eastern side of the state. So glad you guys are looking at adding some amenities there. What I wanted to note was that the development site plan and some of the graphics that you've shown have some inconsistencies in terms of like size and placement of items. And I just want to make sure that the graphics that you're showing are representative of the park that you plan on, the developments you plan on making, as well as the surrounding area. Some of them show like neighborhoods that were all around, and looking at the site, there aren't neighborhoods around them.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, that was one of my comments too. I was just trying to figure out whether neighborhoods around it or not, from the AI or the conceptuals that you had there, right? Okay. And this may be difficult, but I'm not as familiar with that trail. And I don't know if you can quantify the numbers or try to show that need of the amount of people that actually come through there. I don't know if you have trail counters or anything like that, but it'd just be interesting information to show like the amount of traffic that actually goes through and why you need that, other than just saying you need it, right? If there was data related to that. I know we don't have Placer, but some people do, and that is kind of helpful data too. But
yeah, we don't have that data at that point. I could certainly find some information based on the users who are calling and asking. I know we do get a number of calls especially this time of year as it started to get warmer, people calling and asking where they can camp. And that's been a big one. There really is nowhere locally where they can camp, but yeah, I could try to find some numbers for that.
Thank you. Nice job.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Yep, most everybody covered most of my thoughts, but in regard to sustainability, I think it would benefit to maybe go into what the proposed landscaping is, if it's native, you know, is it using low impact design, any green building techniques, anything like that. The sense that I gain from this presentation is that there's not much of a finalized decision, but then you have a rendering. And so I think just kind of following up on that and making sure that we understand, right? Like you show here the Main Street trailhead. This doesn't look at all like the rendering of that Port Park property. Yeah, I would just kind of confirm and make sure that everything looks concise. And then again, for the sustainability, just make sure if you're going to hit the factors for those points, that you do talk about them and provide that information for us.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback.
You did great. So.
Thank you.
It was great.
Yeah, great comments, everyone. Other thoughts? All right. Yeah, it would be helpful, I think, to have consistent graphics, right? Your renderings are a little different, and talk about 3 campsites and then show. So just clarify if there's future phases. You can outline here. Here's phase 1, and then here's some future ideas.
Okay.
And you could reach out to that's one of State Parks, major cross state trail. You could reach out to them. They probably have user data, information about. I know there's the big special events like the John Wayne, wagon riders, whatever, but there's also lots of individuals out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. You'll be getting some written feedback as well when your grants manager returns the application. And you have an opportunity between now and August to make revisions, and we'll see you then for the evaluation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Lindsay.
Bye.
All right, we're headed to Forks. And who is here? Annie, are you presenting?
I am here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Welcome. Yes, we can. Hold on, I'll pull up your PowerPoint. It's taking a minute to open. There we go. Can you see that okay?
I can.
All right. And I could advance the slides or give you control, whatever your preference is.
If you want to give me control, that's fine.
Okay, sounds good. Find you on the list here. Annie, there you are. Okay, click on the screen. It should activate that for you.
Don't see any movement happening.
Nope. All right. Try that again, Annie. Try that again. Go ahead and click on the, you should be able to move the mouse. There it goes.
Okay, I think we're good now, maybe?
Yep, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annie Foster. I'm actually a volunteer park board member for the city of Forks, and I'm going to be presenting this project today, but I've been working with Karen Depew at the city of Forks and with Tom Beckwith with Beckwith Consulting Group on developing this project. So just to give you some background, as I said, I'm a park board member. I've been working with the park board and the City of Forks and Beckwith Consulting Group on a parks, recreation, and outdoor spaces plan for the City of Forks. And within that, in particular, a Tillicum Park master plan and renovation project to identify priorities within Tillicum Park. And through that, we've identified that the playground has the highest priority need for the community at this time. And so we're really just hoping to develop and build a safe and accessible playground that's designed for long-lasting durability and our growing community needs. Regionally, Forks is located on the Olympic Peninsula in the west end of Clallam County, very rural and remote. Specifically, Forks has a population of just over 3,000 people, according to the 2020 census, within the city limits. While Forks itself is very small, we have a wide service area population. So our service area is pretty extensive. It extends all the way from the west end of Lake Crescent along Highway 101 to the north of Forks, including communities in Bear Creek, Beaver, Sappho. Once you get to Forks, it also extends out to Highway 101 or 110 to the west, including the Quileute Prairie, Three Rivers area, and the La Push, the Quileute Indian Reservation, and then also south along Highway 101 all the way to the Lower Hoh Road, which includes the Hoh Indian Reservation as well. So our total service area population is approximately 6,000 individuals. And then, of course, Forks itself is a tourist town. So we get a high influx of people, especially in the summer months from June to September, which puts an additional strain on our resources and needs for those resources in our community. Within the city, Tillicum Park is the only public city park with a playground. Otherwise, you have to go all the way to Port Angeles, and it's not ADA accessible. So the nearest ADA accessible playground is located in Port Angeles, almost an hour away or over an hour away. This visual is just to show you our current playground. Specifically, if you look to the left of the walkway there, that's the age 2 to 5 play area as it exists right now. And that's the project that we are going to be proposing in our presentation today. This shows the current main climbing structure with slides in the age 2 to 5 play area. As you can see, we still have pea gravel servicing. This hinders access to the play equipment. It's not ADA accessible and is rough landings for children climbing and jumping down from these structures. The playground equipment itself is past its lifetime use. It's 30 years old now, so it all needs to be replaced. Additional structures within this age 2 to 5 play area include the 3 spring toys that you see here to the left-hand side, and then the swings, the toddler swings as well. So there's 5 total structures within this footprint that will be replaced in this project. So in total, our project scope obviously is to replace and renovate all of the Tillicum Park playground. The total playground footprint is approximately 12,000 square feet. It was last renovated in 1997, so all of the equipment within this area is 30 years old. Some of the elements have already been decommissioned for safety reasons, and it's all pea gravel surfacing in this area. But our project specifically is going to focus on phase 1 of this multi-phase playground renovation, which is the age 2 to 5 area. You can see outlined in the yellow triangle there. And so we plan to replace all the pea gravel with synthetic turf or pour in place surfacing, which will make it ADA accessible. Replace the outdated equipment. So as I mentioned, there are 5 structures there currently. Our budget includes the ability to add 9 different structures in this area. It also includes general site improvements, such as relocating the benches that exist in here and widening the pathway that cuts through the middle of the playground. This is really the perfect fit for our project because this is our existing playground. This is existing park. Tillicum Park offers a variety of recreational activities for families to enjoy. So, You can bring the whole family down. There's basketball courts, pickleball courts, the tennis courts, a skate park, and of course the playground. It offers a rest stop for visitors passing through. So it's a space where the whole family can come and safely play and gather together for a variety of different needs. The front lot of Tillicum Park, just off of Tillicum Park Lane, already has 88 parking spaces available, and there is a concrete pathway that connects that parking space to the covered picnic areas and the playground itself. The visual here is the proposed master plan for Tillicum Park. As you can see, we have a lot of needs, but as I mentioned before, the playground is our priority project at this time. Some of our design considerations, obviously using the existing footprint, we're not going to be developing any new areas. We're going to use the existing footprint that's already there. We'll reuse the wood benches that exist. Those are sponsored by families in the community and put together by the Forks Lions Club. So they donate their time to do that. So we'll just be reusing those structures. Again, adding ADA surfacing, such as synthetic turf or pour and play. Any plantings that we do, will be sure to use native plants in the space. We also want to make sure that the equipment that's chosen will be durable. We get a lot of weather here in Forks. It rains a lot, so we want to make sure that it's going to be long lasting and of course low maintenance, because we are rural, so it can be difficult and a challenge to get individuals out to do any of those maintenance request needs. We also want to make sure we include inclusive play elements for children with a variety of abilities so that everyone has access to the playground and playground equipment. And we also hope that the design will reflect our local history, the different cultures that influence our community, and our natural environment. Our total project budget is $738,000. This was developed with Beckwith Consulting Group. They have a lot of experience in developing these projects. And so as you can see from our budget, we've included cultural resources, site improvements, the general playground development, such as the equipment and surfacing, including the installation of that, site preparation activities, and of course, the A&E costs. Some of the project engagement methods that we've discussed are having specific stakeholder focus groups, such as reaching out to the different local tribal communities and getting their input and feedback on some of the design elements that they might want to see in this playground renovation project. Also reaching out to preschool parent groups and those sorts of things. Hosting community information sessions specifically for this project, although we know it can be difficult to get community participation at some of these events. So offering other methods such as online surveys, and then piggybacking off of existing community events and reaching the community where they're already at, offering information tables or sessions at those existing events. Some of the community engagement that's already happened. So in 2024, Forks had a comprehensive plan survey that they put out. And through that survey, they asked specific questions related to individuals' feelings about the different parks and recreation spaces in Forks and getting their feedback and input. And specifically, we had comments related to Tillicum Park and needing to upgrade the playground equipment. We've also developed a pros plan survey. So that survey is ready to go and begin collecting data in the next couple months, which will inform our pros plan and, of course, the overall master plan for Tillicum Park and the playground specifically. We've also built into this project time specifically for community design input, so approximately 4 to 6 months doing feedback with the community on the design. Project partnerships. The Lloyd Allen Charitable Trust Fund has historically supported Tillicum Park in different ways with various renovation projects, and they are particularly excited about renovating the playground. And they've been in talks with the Albert Haller Foundation about supporting this project. So we've had some verbal conversations that both of those foundations are interested in supporting this project. We don't actually know how much funds they're willing to commit to this project yet, but we're hopeful to have a better idea come the summer. As I mentioned, some of the local groups that we work with, the Forks Lions Club, every year they donate their time and their materials to do different maintenance requirements at the park as needed and as they're able to. And they've already committed to supporting this project by helping with the demolition and removal of the equipment from the area. And then, of course, working with our local tribal communities, we already have a letter of support from the Quileute tribe in support of this project. We hope to also reach out to the Hoh tribe and actually engage their communities in the design planning for this project as well. In terms of sustainability, like I said, we're using the existing playground footprint, so we're not going to be digging or going outside of that area. It already exists within that structure. Any landscaping needs will be using the native species. In terms of like the community, we just hope that it will provide more access to children and family members with disabilities in the area so they don't have to travel so far to get those needs met. We also intend to use local Washington State playground vendors for sourcing our supplies, and we'll be sure to base our considerations for the materials based on their durability, again, being able to withstand the weather elements here, and having low maintenance requirements because of our rural location. I already mentioned some of these cost efficiencies. So as I said, the Forks Lions Club has already committed to assisting and providing in-kind labor with the demolition of the project area. We have some verbal commitment from a couple of the local foundations. And, Forks is very well known for its giving community. We have a scholarship auction every year that raises over $100,000. And I feel like this project in particular is going to be highly supported by the community. It's something that everyone wants. So once they know it's a go, I think they're going to be willing to give. And of course, we're planning to apply for the first federal community foundation grant that opens in July as well. And because we have a local branch here and historically projects in Forks have been supported in the past, we hope that this will be a contender for that as well. That being said, obviously, RCO is only going to pay up to $500,000 of this project. Our total project need is $738,000. So we have to come up with that remaining $238,000 for this project. And right now, our goal is really to get as much financial support from these various organizations as we possibly can. But we are an underserved community, and so we really qualify for that 10% minimum match. So we're well above that in this planning process. And I think that this is a project that the whole community is going to get behind and do what it takes to get there. But yeah. So that being said, again, this is very important to the whole community. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Great, thank you, Annie. All right, feedback on this project. David, go ahead. And then Ann.
Yeah, Annie, just was writing some notes on the things. A few things probably is to touch on some data as to population age 2 to 5 that would use this, that either live in the community or are visiting. So just kind of demonstrate why that's the focus in the need, and then also people with disabilities that would use this. So I think that would help. And then I'm very familiar with Forks, but a lot of people aren't. I think having a little context of how far the park is from the city center and from hotels, lodging, and stuff like that, I think would be helpful to kind of get a context of where the park is in relationship to the Main Street and lodging in the community there.
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
So you were a bit over time. So work on that, as you're working toward August. You had a lot of time, you spent a lot of time on the introduction. And so maybe you could move through that more quickly or move some of those things into the criteria where they actually score the points, because the introduction, you don't get any points for that.
Okay.
And then under the need, I don't know that you mentioned about it being in your pros plan. We should definitely mention it there so that the committee catches it, that's one of the things that scores you points, is how it is in the plans. And then you had a map of the master plan, but I couldn't find where the playground was in that master plan. So maybe you could just like put an outline or a highlight or something to help us find it quickly of where it shows up in that overall plan. Yeah. Spent a long time looking at that, wondering where is that playground? And then when you're talking about the engagement, community engagement, if you could have some graphics or metrics of what you found out through your engagement process, 60% of people want to have this playground, or, whatever, it was the top scoring or whatever, you can just do that visually. That would help out. And then if you could number your slides, please. That's all I had.
Great, thank you, Ann. Go ahead, Mary.
Real quick, you talked a lot about replacing the equipment. And I did see on one of the photos an old a wooden bench. Are you gonna like that one there? Are you gonna beef up the seating, have more seating available? Or was that not really part of the phase?
Yeah, so the seating, it's actually a tradition in Forks. A lot of families sponsor those benches, and then they're put together by the local Lions Club. So they often get replaced and repaired each year. They'll identify what needs to be replaced and repaired each year and swap them out. Yeah.
Great, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Other thoughts or suggestions on this one?
Annie? I would add that Forks had 78,000 visitors this last year, and the city contracted with Datafly, and we hope to have that data available to us sometime later this month.
Yeah, great. It'll help us have that. All right. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Well, thank you so much for sharing your project. You'll get some written comments as well. Once your grants manager returns your application, then we'll see you in August.
All right. Thank you all so much for your feedback and time.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, what's next? Looks like we're headed to Paulsbo. And Jeff, are you presenting this one?
Can you see me?
What's that?
Can you see me okay and hear me?
I can see you and hear you both. And let me grab your PowerPoint. There we go. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Excellent. Would you like to advance your own slides? I can pass control to you.
Would you? That'd be wonderful. Thanks, Carl.
All right, go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it for you.
Hey, perfect. I'm just gonna do a quick test. Keyboard is guaranteed to work, so it's fine. Are you all ready?
Right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Hey, good afternoon. I'm Jeff Osmick, the Parks and Rec Director for the City of Paulsbo. Today, we're going to be talking a little bit about the grant in front of you. It's for the Paulsbo Events and Recreation Center, specifically for an additional property acquisition. You're looking at the property right there on this photo. Give you an orientation of where Paulsbo is if you haven't visited our lovely town. We're located north and west of Seattle, over in the North Kitsap Peninsula. Paulsbo, that green blue area is Liberty Bay. So the project is just right off of Highway 305 there that connects our regional communities. There's a couple other slides to help orient you here. Let me move this cursor out of the way. Satellite view. So the property that you have in front of you for the grant, this acquisition is property 2055. It's roughly 1.2 acres. But let's talk about how it ties into the local area. So this is probably my favorite slide. The perk that you're seeing, the Poulsbo Event Recreation Center, is graphicked on here. The property is outlined in the red hashes. To the north, we have Olympic College and Western Washington University, which is tremendous potential for tying into intramural sports and serving their communities. To the west is residential. That's all built out. It's an older satellite photo. And then we have residential business parks to the south, and we have a local hotel, which works out really well for bringing in tourists. This is the Poulsbo Event Recreation Center. I just want to give you an orientation of how this property ties into this. This has been a long time coming. It's got 2 artificial turf fields. It's got multi-use courts. It's got pickleball. You have to have pickleball. It's playgrounds, food trucks, a whole bunch of other good activities and walking paths. This hash line is where the property is, roughly, that we're talking about. And I'll explain how this all ties in. On the project summary. So the Poulsbo Event Recreation Center has been in the works for a number of years, and we had some really fortuitous timing that you'll see in other slides here. The grant in front of you is to expand. It's a waiver of retroactivity. So we talked to Butch, our grants manager, when this came onto the market suddenly, and it came on right when we were doing the design work for the perk, and we were able to apply for a waiver, receive the waiver of retroactivity, and then apply in this grant cycle in order to better utilize the perk, just have better fields, more amenities, better serve our community, our local community, and our regional community. Why not? It just made a lot of sense. We have extra space. Where this is, the local priorities. That little dot in the center of that graphic is where the perk is, and those colors show the driving distances to the perk. So fast context on this. Before I joined as the Park and Rec Director, back in 21, the city contracted with Perk Consulting to do an extensive community outreach and market analysis. And the genesis of all of this is there's not enough fields for people to play on. Specifically, there's just not enough fields at all in this area. And so folks have to drive a long distance. By putting the perk into place, which this property expands, we can accommodate larger age ranges and more sporting events here at the perk because of the property. We can better serve the entire area. It was shorter driving times and shorter distances based on the high demand. It was also established that the original piece of property would have to grow eventually. We just were really fortunate when this parcel came on place. Scope-wise. So the original scope, this is not the original plan. This is the updated plan. So you're looking at the current plan. But the original one was not going to be able to have fields that can do higher level athletics for high school or collegiate as well. So with additional property, not only could we expand the field, so we have a larger diversity. We're not just serving U10 or U12, but all the way through high school, as well as intramural sports. Also able to have pickleball courts and a playground and a whole bunch of amenities. So build it right the first time is the idea on this, and leverage what we already have in place by expanding the property. And we were able to accommodate those amenities. The immediacy of threat, we were surprised and happy that that parcel came onto the market. And if we didn't buy it, there is no other parcel that's going to come onto the market. It's either get it or lose it forever. And the idea that it's going to benefit generations that come, city council voted and we entered discussions and we were able to acquire that parcel in collaboration with the waiver of retroactivity. I just want to give a shout out to RCO for really helping guide us through this process. So this photo is 2 weeks ago. So we broke ground just at the end of April. This is really hot off the press right now. So you're looking at that parcel being developed right now. Again, waiver of retroactivity. The site suitability of this. It's adjacent to the site. It's the same soils, the same topography. We're really fortunate on this. So it's an easy expand 1.2 acres and better serve our community with those amenities. Very simple to be able to do, to have better recreational access and opportunities based on the need that you saw for not only local, but for really the entire region. And if you hear my excitement, it's because I am excited. We broke ground. It's exciting. Project engagement. Now, this is really neat. So back again, pre-me, the city put together an extensive community outreach campaign. So there were surveys, open houses, steering committees, articles, public presentations, but these graphics on the right show the level of response from the community. People are excited. People were excited because they helped inform the process to where we are now. They want football, they want rugby, they want lacrosse, they want these things, and they were able to share this through a variety of mechanisms. Additionally, we mailed out a whole bunch of surveys, and we also collaborated with the North Kitsap School District as well. Other ways that we engaged. This is the largest steering committee I've ever been part of. 37 people on a steering committee. But what's really neat about this, and you'll see another slide about who's involved, is we wanted to make sure folks were at the table. So we worked with our tribal partners, we worked with the school district, the churches, the HOAs, we worked with the sporting teams, we worked with chambers of commerce to make sure that they reviewed and they advised and recommended use of the site. This was over probably about 9 to 10 meetings over several years that got us to the design you just saw a little while ago. All to say that the community outreach and engagement was extensive, and it shaped the path of this project. And to shape the path of this project for, hey, when this parcel came on board, we are now able to do more that the community wanted, which we were constrained, could only do so much. And this graphic here that you see was one of the original designs that the street committee added input on based on community feedback. So right, the 2 fields, but these are smaller fields. So they can't serve lacrosse, for instance. They can't serve lacrosse to the same field sizes. They can't serve above U10, U12. What the community wanted is they still wanted fields, they still wanted courts, they wanted picnic pavilions, they wanted a lot of things in playgrounds, and it was difficult to fit them all on the site. So when we had this opportunity to buy additional parcel, we took it and then we expanded the idea of what we can do to better serve the community. Partnership wise, so this is the groundbreaking that happened about 2 weeks ago, I would say, just right at the end here in April. Some of the most golden shovels I've ever had the privilege of being part of. And the PERC, the Poulsbo Event and Recreation Center, that this parcel right is in front of you for, was selected by the Kitsap Public Facilities District for funding, one of 3 projects funded in the first of great round, because they identified the need that, hey, not only is there great economic impact, but there's a need in the region, not just local community, Poulsbo, but in the entire region, that we need more fields. We need more amenities to serve our larger community, and it's centrally located. Going back to that graphic where we saw that green dot in the driving distance, it's 15 minutes, half hour, 1 hour away. It's a wonderful location. It's a crossroads. This is the slide I was referring to a little earlier about some of the folks who were involved with not only the steering committee, but the engagement on partnerships. So chambers of commerce are partners at the Skyland Tribe, at the Squamish Tribe, Olympic College, Football Alliance, or Kitsap Soccer. And also one of my favorites is our Pickleball Community Advisory Coalition. Those are just community members who say, we would love to be involved in parks projects. And we formed a coalition, and they've given great guidance on this whole project. And they were there for the groundbreaking as well. When we get to cost efficiencies, we're pretty happy with how we're sitting. Because of our partnership with Kitsap Public Facilities District, we have an ILA with them, an interlocal agreement, to fund about 2/3 of that project cost. It's a larger. So this, again, the PERC is 15.6. This parcel is not part of that money. That's why we're outreaching for a grant based on the waiver of retroactivity. This gives us a lot of leverage that we are outreaching to other folks and finding alternative sources of funding to benefit the region. We also are working with the King County Directors Association for collaborative, cooperative purchasing agreements to buy things at discount that have already been bid on. Fields, lighting, playgrounds, picnic pavilions, restrooms also. Those are all very affordable. We're stretching the municipal dollar for taxpayers and for our partners who are helping fund this. The additional property that we're talking about, that 2055 that was outlined, is roughly 442,000. So we're coming to you for half of that for matching purposes. But really, the efficiency it's part of a larger project that makes the project much better for serving not only locals, but the region. Better amenities, larger fields, do it right the first time. That said, this last graphic is right before we broke ground on it. And you can, I didn't do a little hash on this, but you can see where that little trail is in the bottom right of the photo. That's roughly where that property acquisition is. And it makes a lot of sense. It's the same terrain type. It's right there. And this is phase one of this whole development. I'm really thrilled about it. So with that, I would take any questions or suggestions.
Great, thank you, Jeff. All right, anything from the advisory committee? Corey, go ahead.
Jeff, Corey, I just want to say one, thank you for the project, and two, I just want to put out impressive use of partnerships. You've got a lot of partnerships there. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. Feels good to be part of these kind of projects.
Thanks. Anne, go ahead, and then Jeff.
Yeah, nice project. You spent kind of a lot of time on the introduction, and remember, there's no points in the introduction. So if you could move some of that information into the areas that do score points, like for instance, need is worth 25 points, and you gave it one slide. So I think it would be, kind of allocate your time based on how important it is to the overall score. And then some of your slides, so like slide 9 had way too much information. So you need to break that up into multiple slides so that we can, absorb the information, read a few bullet points, and listen to you all at the same time. Because now there's just, when there's too much text, it just gets lost. I think, most of my comments were similar. I put them in the written comments. So that's it. Thanks.
Very helpful.
Go ahead, Jeff, and then Rebecca.
Yeah, I agreed with those comments too. This slide was a little tougher for me, but great project, nice job. I guess I just wanted to see more emphasis related to that property purchase. You have to, obviously express the entire project and what the impact of that is, but I just wanted to hear more about what that did. You mentioned a little bit, but it's just, I know this exact grant is for that piece in addition. And so I just wanted to tie that a little more, if that's possible.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Good job. So Jeff, more on, because of this additional parcel, we were able to do X. Here is X.
Yeah, exactly. That's what my take would be on it, would be that way you could really stress the importance of that parcel and adding it to the project and the impact on the project itself also.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, great, very exciting project, Jeff. The thing that was missing for me, it was in the either needs or intro section, was an understanding of how far away are comparable fields. I think in your entry slide you had distance to drive, but you didn't have just like, where are the other fields that are like this? How far away do people have to go from Poulsbo to get to these kinds of fields? So showing that on a map would be helpful. And then also any data you have in terms of usage, or like you have so many great partners, like the volume of use that these locations would have, or any kind of folks are going this far away to, what are the soccer leagues? How much need is there for the soccer leagues? And, like the demand essentially is what I'm kind of curious about in terms of why does Poulsbo need these fields? You probably have a pretty high demand, but I'm just guessing that because I don't think I saw that.
How clarifying question? How do I think I need a little bit more color on that. So to your latter point, Rebecca, is how would we demonstrate that based on, so we have the market analysis, we have the survey results based on the need, which I could share, but add more slides and spend on.
Yeah,
that
would probably be, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. I have that. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I wanted to echo Jeff's comments about the parcel acquiring in the context of how it fits. Wasn't quite catching that all, and so trying to emphasize that. And then this slide actually just has a little dangling thing for me that makes me wonder the vacant lot for future park expansion. So that being there actually raises probably more questions for me. So if that's in the future, how does this property connect to it?
And David, if I may also, again, a clarifying question, would that be helpful for this presentation and not distracting from the property? And because right now there's no, it's not yet been determined. It could be a building, which is why we didn't ask for funding for that. So it's a building. It could also be, it's not determined how it's going to be used yet.
Is that privately owned or is it part of the perk?
We bought, so I didn't want to add confusion. The hash area is purchased and the one below that is purchased. So 1.2 and 1.2. The city's only applying for a grant for the hash area because we know the specific use. If we applied on the other lot, and it turns out in the future we wanted to do a building, we'd be restricted from doing a building, right? Like a small community center based on that. So that's why I didn't have any information on that. So it wasn't distract. But if you're saying I need to do something different, I'm open to suggestions.
No, well, it being on the side just raises those questions as, to me, it's, the connection between the properties, whether it's walking paths or utilities, things like that. So if it's owned by that, I would probably say it up front and that, the development of the site will consider what the future will be or something. But, this raises more questions than answers, to me, but.
Yeah, thanks, David. So Jeff, was that part of the same acquisition and you're only asking the grant to fund half of it because in fact, it will be outdoor recreation?
Right. Yeah, it was,
okay, so this was one single acquisition, those two rectangles.
Yep, so they were two different lots sold, for 442 times 2, so 850-ish or whatever it comes out to be. And we're applying for only one of the 1.2.
Okay, gotcha.
Outdoor access, it's open, it's not restricted. The other one, council still hasn't decided how they want to utilize it. It will be a future indoor rec center, which means we would restrict the ability if we apply for funding. And so they didn't want to apply for funding. I can see the value of holding that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, and I think what David was saying is just if you just briefly address that, it's like you own it, you're holding it for future use. You may put it to some ineligible use. That's why you don't want to have our strings attached to it, right?
It's a David and Carl, maybe city owns ineligible for grant application.
What's that?
You think instead of saying vacant lot, say city owns ineligible for the grant?
Yeah, city park property held for future development or something. And then along the same lines, I think is what Jeff brought up was and maybe some others, really the value of this parcel sounds like your ability to do more, right? You would have been much more constrained. And so maybe like a side-by-side graphic or a couple bullet points. It's, now we can have a full-size field. Now we can add picnic shelter. Now we can add, you previously couldn't squeeze all this stuff in on that property. And so that's really the value. And so somehow you were talking about it, but to have some graphics or some bullets points, I think would help.
Thank you. That resonates deeply on the feedback everyone else presented. Yeah. I love technical. You're all very helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, good. That's the idea. So all right. Well, thanks for all the comments from the committee. And Jeff, thanks for being here. And we'll see you in August.
Thank you all. Have a good rest of your day.
All right. Thanks. All right. Looks like we're at our break. Back at 2:25 with City of Pasco. Hey, Brent. You presenting this next one?
Helps if I'm unmuted, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right. Let's pull up your PowerPoint. All right, there we go. You can see that okay?
I can, yes.
Great. Should I pass controls over to you, or you want me to advance the slides?
If I have control, I'm basically only able to do stuff there, right? Correct? Like I can't, like if I was gonna
think
have,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, you want me
fine.
to advance them for you, and then
No, I'll advance them. You can pass control over. That's fine.
okay, see if it works. Yeah, I mean, you'll need to like click on the screen to activate it.
Okay.
There we go. Looks like it's working.
That mouse cursor is a lot bigger than the practice thing we did the other day.
Yeah, I did that for me actually, because I had a hard time seeing the default tiniest mouse. So anyway.
I like that.
Yes. All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Well, hello, my name is Brent Kabalik. I'm the Recreation Services Manager for the City of Pasco, Washington. As you know, well, you may not know, for those of you who don't know, Pasco is located in southeast Washington at the confluence of the Columbia, Snake, and Yakima rivers, and is part of the greater Tri-Cities area, together with Richland and Kennewick here. The Irwin property in Pasco is located along the river at the corner of Sylvester Street and Road 54 at the west end of Wade Park Linear Park and next to the Wade Park Boat Launch. During our last Park and Recreation Open Space Master Planning process and all the community outreach we did, there was many community needs that came to the surface as priorities, and there's 3 of those that directly relate to this project and helped move it up in priority within our planning, our capital improvement planning process. First of those was riverfront parks, was a need that the community identified. In Pasco Pros Plan, Section B3 says the Columbia River is a defining feature of Pasco, and future park and recreation opportunities should focus on the city's heritage and relationship with the river and shoreline. One of the favorite comments that we got, like here included, it says, "We need waterfront parks and trails immediately." The second of those needs that was identified is active amenities. The Pasco Pros Plan, Chapter 5.3, community engagement findings, includes repeated requests for active amenities, including pump tracks, skate parks, BMX tracks, etc. Within Pasco, many of our parks was commented are fairly cookie cutter and basic, and that's what they are asking more for active amenities, which we did not have at this point. Specific community feedback, again, get a pump track and put it in East Pasco. Make a kids and adult pump track. Although the site is not in East Pasco, the site is along the is centrally located in Pasco from east to west, and is located along the riverfront path that runs from Sacagawea State Park on the far east end of Pasco to Chiawana Park, almost the far west end of Pasco, giving almost everyone off-road bike access to the site, the park site. The third need is trail connectivity. Pasco Pros Plan, I forgot the chapter there, I'll have to correct that, Section B9. Improve community walkability and bikeability, directs the city to acquire and develop segments of off-street trails as envisioned in this plan. Develop attractive trailheads. This would be essentially a trailhead park, and would connect the riverfront trail to a newly developed Sylvester Street South Side Trail that runs along much of Sylvester Street leading to this park site, which you'll be able to see in future slides. Oops, sorry, did I somehow go backwards? I didn't mean to do that if I did. Community feedback. West Pasco would benefit by having a continuous waterfront park and bike trails that mirror the parks across the river at Howard Amen and Richland. So on the scope, here's the existing conditions, a slide. The site here, as you can see, is mostly undeveloped, has a parking lot that was put in with when we did the Wade Park boat launch. So that's boat and car parking there. Besides that, it's undeveloped. Much the northeast section, as you can see, is highly disturbed. And with the southeast section being mostly natural shrub step landscape. Here's some site photos. The parking lot, as you can see, the undeveloped land there. The good thing is there are some existing trees, which over in this part of the state is not a given. So it's nice that there are some trees already established there in the area. And as you can see on the left, it shows the Sylvester Street trail that was just installed recently that ends right here at the park site. So the scope of the project, this graphic you see here is a concept of full build out of the park site. You can see we plan to expand the parking lot in future. That's not part of this phase, but in the future, it's planned to expand greatly the parking lot as Wade Park is used on a couple occasions for large events with the River of Fire fireworks and also the boat races on the river there. So extended parking lot is much needed in this area for the future. But this phase one improvements would include the pump track, a picnic shelter, portable restroom enclosure, drinking fountain, bike station, service station, internal park multi-use trail, park amenities such as the bike rack and benches, irrigated natural grass area, which would be over much of a good portion of the disturbed area. The internal trail would run pretty much through the natural shrub step area, which we plan to leave and give the opportunity to enjoy that natural landscape. Design and fit, public benefit, addresses community needs communicated through Pasco's Parks and Recreation Opens Master Plan, provides riverfront park and enhances adjacent park system features. Like I said, with the boat launch, we'll be redoing and resealing and striping the parking lot. With Wade Park, linear park there, the riverfront trail, and the connection to the Sylvester Street Trail as well. Active amenities, pump track, youth and adult use, accessible by foot, bike, and then a vehicle to the site. Oops. I guess my scroller thing on my mouse actually moves it too. So sorry about that. Good learning experience there. And then again, trail connectivity. The internal park trail gives additional off-road connection between the two trails there. Accessibility, environmental consideration. The existing parking lot with it has accessible stalls, and of course we'll be repainting and dressing that up a little bit with this phase. The accessible features, again, multi-use pass, the shelter, drinking fountain will all be ADA accessible. And then also, like I had mentioned before, the trail, we plan to have that go through the area that's natural landscape, and to highlight that shrub step and get that enjoyment. So budget and match, the grant ask is the 500,000, plan on a city match of 1.7 million. And here's a breakout of that budget, including permits and everything there. Project engagement, again, community priorities were identified through the PROS plan outreach. With that PROS plan outreach methods, we had multiple languages, but specifically Spanish and English available. We did online surveys, in-person outreach events with dot matrix boards and comments, held stakeholder meetings with multiple different groups, youth sports, all kinds of different groups within the city there. Like I mentioned before, the feedback received from the identified priorities helped move this project timeline forward and shaped in the included project features within this park. Sustainability, it preserves the majority of current natural area that's not so disturbed like the upper northeast section. The site is at the intersection of Riverfront and New Sylvester Street multi-use trails. Provides connection between the two and access to the major Tri-Cities wide trail network. If you're not unfamiliar with the Riverfront Trail we have here, is actually part of what's called the Sacagawea Heritage Trail. And it runs through across the bridges and connects all three cities of Kennewick, Richland, and Pasco. It enhances the current user experiences by giving a bike service station there, drinking fountain, and pump track availability. And the shelter and portable restroom closure is also there to enhance that user experience. Cost efficiencies, readiness, and timeline. The city owns the property. Actually, the property was purchased by Franklin County through RCO Boating Facilities Grant in 2001. A good portion of the property was that. And then it was transferred to the city of Pasco a few years after. Matching funds are secured through our park development funds, and it meets community priorities stated in the PROS plan. So that is my presentation today. If you have any questions.
Great, thank you, Brent. All right, questions and suggestions for Pasco. Anne, go ahead.
Did you talk about partnerships? I maybe missed that. I was maybe taking notes. I think you maybe combined it with some other things.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
I was just gonna say it would be good to have its own slide on the partnerships to make sure that so any of the topics break it out onto its own slide. Don't combine the criteria onto a slide so that we can be sure to capture it as it goes. But so go ahead. Did you?
So I was going to ask a question. As far as the partnerships part goes, what would you consider partnerships? That's because we don't have any direct. We're working with this group to develop this park. But so I guess that's the kind of the question is, where's the line of what defines a partner and not, and as far as including them.
So if you have any maybe like sports groups that use the park or voters groups or any kind of groups that use the parks, volunteers, things like that.
Not this park specifically, is that what you're talking about? I mean, this park isn't really developed yet. It's vacant land at this point.
Okay.
But
Is there anybody that's excited that they're going to do it? Any kind of group that you could maybe reach out to them and work them in, because that will help you get a few more points towards your project.
right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is supported by, Bike Tri-Cities and Visit Tri-Cities are.
Yeah, I would say just look at the grant criteria and see if you can, in the next 2 months, come up with some things that would help you score better on your grant.
Yeah, and that was my main question is like, yeah, do we throw a name on there just because it's a name, or did it, where's that, what defines a partnership? I guess that was my thing, because in my mind, it's like a partner was somebody who's here involved, contributing money, that sort of thing, not just a supporting agency that wants to see this move forward. But
well, so the donations and things, that would be in the cost efficiencies. That's where you score most of the points, is if you can get non-governmental donations toward your project. Where partnerships can be just a group that's interested in seeing this develop.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. It is specific to the project, and often it is, financial support, but it could be other sort of in-kind or just general support for the project. David, go ahead, and then Cameron.
Yeah, just a little bit of follow up there. I'm just looking at the scoring criteria that we see, and it says providing support for the project, whether through financial, in-kind, project delivery, or other means. So partnerships may be formal or informal. So that's how we're reviewing that part. So my question was, hopefully as you further this project, I want to see how people without cars that are on bikes, kind of the kids particularly, that might not be doing the Sacagawea, the longer route along the river, they're coming from the neighborhoods, how they get access. So like a bike route plan or something like that that shows how the adjoining neighborhoods can get down and enjoy the pump track once it's developed. So
yeah, like with the addition of the Sylvester Street Trail that,
yeah, and I'm gonna be looking for connections to housing development or lodging facilities, something like that. So
thanks. Go ahead, Cameron.
Slides 3 through 5, where you kind of go into your comprehensive plan or pros plan, it would be beneficial if you're running tight on time to write out a script and really not read off the slide and kind of just get to the point of like what that policy is actually, how it's supporting your project. And then if there's like data points to go with any of these, like any graphs or something would be helpful.
Do you have an example?
What do you mean?
An example of what you're talking about for data points and graphs. Like, is it from other presentations or example?
I assume your pros plan would have some sort of like bar graph or pie chart that support these, and like how this type of project is supported, I think would be helpful, just to give us a better sense of like maybe the demographics that are interested in this project.
Yeah, thanks, Cameron. So I think data specific from your plan, and then just pick out the data points that are supporting this project, and then find a real concise way to display that. Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, that was the same feedback I was going to say. If you just had any data, like if in your pros plan you did mention like interest in like rank these projects or something like that, just to show the interest, or in the types of activities that are there, and they shows that they really want trails and walking, like that would be a data point to show that percentage. So
Yes.
those kind of things.
There's a a graph, or I guess in the pros plan, and just coming to mind right now that I know of right off. There's a graph in there that says, East Pasco, Central Pasco, West Pasco priorities, and and trails and active amenities are identified. It has like the top 3 for each of those areas, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that kind of information would be helpful. And then I would just make sure that, the actual slides match the criteria that we talked about. That was kind of mentioned earlier a little bit, but just like identical, say it's, category number 10, sustainability. Like it's just a lot easier for us.
Include the number of what the category is. It's like,
yeah, I mean, you could,
yep, community need, or whatever.
Right. And then for the user groups, really helps to go if there are any hiking groups or walking groups that like to walk along this trail, to get them to write letters of support. Or if there's an HOA nearby that would utilize the park that's interested in it. There's a million different kinds of groups that try to engage with potentially that would say they want this park development to happen. That's really what you're looking for to show the support. Nice job, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Brendan, oh, no, too far, there we go. So you talked about the phase 1 improvements here on this slide, but show a graphic of the full build out. It'd be helpful, I think, just to have a graphic of
just phase 1.
Just phase 1. You could separately say, hey, by the way, we have this full master plan, but because you're not doing all that parking now, you're just doing some parking improvements.
Yeah, we're just
and then
seal coating, tree striping, and updating the current parking area.
Yeah. And if you just slap some bigger labels on here, like if you want to point out like the major scope elements, pump tracks, so we can, because we can't read all the little, obvious little labels. So, yeah. All right. Well, thank you. We will see you in August for the final.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it. I don't see any other hands. Yeah. Thanks, Brent.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. All right. Tukwila, next up. And let's see. Looks like David is here. Hello.
Hello.
I will pull up your presentation for you.
Thank you.
There we go. You can see that?
Yes, sir.
And then should I pass you control? Is that your preference, or I can advance slides, whatever you want?
No, if you don't mind, I'll take it.
Okay, go ahead and click on the screen, and that should work for you.
Gotcha.
All right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Wait one sec. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Rosen. I'm the analyst for Tukwila Parks and Recreation, and today I'll be presenting to you local parks application number 261648, which is supporting the acquisition of the 10.86 acre Crestview Park within the city of Tukwila. Starting with the state map, we're going to look at, we see that the project site in the city of Tukwila is located on the western half of the state, centrally located within King County. Zooming into the regional map, we find that Tukwila is a very centrally located city, just due south of Seattle, a little bit north of Tacoma, next to Berea, Normandy Park, Kent, Renton, all these other regional assets and regional cities, accommodations and amenities. And zooming in even further, we look at Crestview Park. We're looking at about a half-acre radius of map right here, and we see that it's very centrally located in this kind of mixed-use residential, commercial, and business neighborhood. Within that half-mile radius, you can see 1,530 housing units, 1 elementary school, 2 daycares, 1 grocery store, and 2 community spaces, one being a church, another one being an Ethiopian community center. So very centrally located with a mixed kind of use within that half-mile radius. We'll also note that you can see here that just due northeast is Crystal Springs Park. So there is an adjacent park nearby, but the uses between those two different parks are very different as we're going to establish. Moving into the local parks needs, the first thing we want to call out is kind of geographic isolation that Tukwila has. You can see real quickly that we have sort of bisection by I-5 and I-405 and State Route 518. This makes Crestview Park a true neighborhood park. Your child isn't going to cross the interstate to go to a different park. This is their park that's near them that they can safely access. So maintaining that access by keeping this park in our city is really critical. We also know that it supports multiple high-scoring SCORP and kind of local pros plan activities, walking, leisure, dog park there. And we also have multiple surveys that kind of reinforce these amenity needs as well. We also know with that dog park that per the SCORP, that's one of the highest sort of ranked motivations to get out is to spend time with your pet. So Crestview meets a lot of different needs. Ecologically, there's also a 3.5 acre forest that's located, or kind of forested area that's located on the park's site that helps mitigate urban heat islands within the local area. Then lastly, kind of dictating the sort of local priority need of that neighborhood classification of park. This represents 10.86 acres, represents about 1 in 6 neighborhood park acres within the city of Tukwila. So a real asset that we can continue to need. Continue to discuss the park. We're also looking to continue to invest in the park. So what you're seeing is a real quick bird's eye view of a master plan sort of playground renovation and replacement project that we did for landscape firm GGLO. So we continue to look at this park as an asset that we have now and continue to look at how we can invest in it in the future. Looking at health demographics for the city of Tukwila, it's one of the most diverse cities in the state, if not the country, with our school district having over 80 languages spoken. But unfortunately, there are numerous public health statistics that sort of present themselves. Life expectancy at birth in the city of Tukwila is 2.5 years lower than the King County average. The self-reported health status for our city community members is the lowest self-reported health status in King County. And we have an obesity rate within the city of Tukwila that's 15.1 percentage points higher than the King County average. So a real kind of establishment of the need that parks and recreational sites such as Crestview Park meet to get you out, active, and staying healthy. Public input wise, we have a lot of support for Crestview from the 2020 pros plan. Our 2026 update is due to be released here in the next month or two as well. But it established Crestview as a regional asset, not just for Tukwila, but we can see that mainly the dog park is a real regional pull. We had survey respondents who said, hey, I'm from Renton and I'm coming to this park because this is the park that I like to go to and it's the nicest park that we have in the area. So we really have established that this is not just a Tukwila park, but a southern King County and sort of central King County park. We also have a non-motorized trails plan that we just released this quarter that also calls for further investment in local connectivity. That's something we're looking to work on in the future as well. Moving into project scope and give you the bird's eye view of this park, which is currently slated for sale by its owner, Highline Public Schools. Once again, it's a 10.86 acre park. It has an off-leash dog park, a ball field. It has that 3.5 acre forested area that has a playground and sport courts within it. It has a picnic shelter for community gatherings. And even in this kind of northwestern quadrant has local water assets that are buried there as well. So it's kind of, it fits multiple uses for multiple, for families and for local special purpose districts as well. But it's currently under threat to be sold right now at an appraised value of approximately $5.1 million. So establishing the immediacy of threat, we look at the owner, Highline Public Schools. And Highline as a school district is experiencing much the same that many school districts across the state and the nation are experiencing. From their start of last school fiscal year to their projection for the end of this fiscal year, they're estimated to run at a cumulative deficit of about $15 million. This will draw down their ending fund balance by about 33% in that time frame. Additionally, from their school fiscal year 2020 to now, they're estimating that their headcount will have reduced by about 2.2% in terms of students. So we have kind of a lessening financial position mixed with lower headcount that they can spread that financial position across and state revenues. And they're reacting to this. They signed a Q1 agreement with the city of Tukwila for a joint appraisal and reimbursement agreement to examine this property. And we know that next month, we believe their board of directors will meet on this property to discuss. We think it could either be official surplusing of the property or officially at least approving the seeking of a sale. So they have an immediacy of threat financially, and they're responding to it in kind, which creates an immediacy of threat for us for this park to be sold within the next 1 to 2 years, probably at the most. Continuing on, why is this a suitable site? First, it's adjacent to public transit, it's adjacent to schools, it's adjacent to neighborhood trails. So there's a lot of different ways to access it, to get to it, and a lot of different uses for many different people. There is also a large parking lot that provides that ease of access and use, so you don't have to be afraid of not being able to use the parking to get here. And then, as we touched upon before, we're looking at the motorized trails plan to improve that connectivity. And then additionally, we know that it is a highly used regional asset that people from all around the county come to use, that has a lot of different recreational opportunities and amenities for a lot of different people. How we do project engagement, we've had a lot of good luck with the community cafe model, where we kind of bring together our community members and we break bread with them to discuss what is a good park, what is a good community space for you, whether it's the amenities, the play, the art, how it makes you feel, what it has, what it doesn't, so on and so forth. So on the left, you see the kind of the mood boards that you kind of go through with your community. And on the right, you see pictures that are demonstrations from that community cafe. And what those inputs led to is this. So for one of those community cafes, we had about 49 attendees who spoke 10 different languages, with Crestview Park actually being one of the most visited parks among those attendees. And they kind of discussed what we already see in Crestview. They want destination play. They want walk and run paths. They want outdoor cooking areas that they can gather that provides that multicultural need. But they also want better play spaces that we're working towards that we discussed earlier in this presentation. So our community members see this park and amenities like it and support our continued investment in it. Looking at partnerships and going from left to right, once again, Highline Public Schools is the owner, and we see them as a partner. They've been in communication with us of, hey, how can we make this work? Let's look at this joint appraisal. Let's discuss how we can keep this a park, but still meet the needs that we have to seek a fair market value purchase or sale of the property. In the middle, the state of Washington, we're working with our state lobbyists to discuss with our state legislators if there's an ability for us to seek appropriation support for this acquisition. Obviously, no guarantees at this point, but we continue to have what we believe are fruitful conversations. And the same with Highline Water District. They have assets located on site that they would probably have to move at probably decent expense. So they're in discussions with us of how they can support potentially us acquiring the park and keep it as it is. And then lastly, on the right side, our Green Tukwila Partnership Program, which is run outside of our department or out of our department, utilizes community partnerships with Forterra Northwest and local businesses to maintain the ecological site that the forested acreage and the other parkland that's on site as well. So we have the ownership kind of buy-in from Highline. We have other government levels that are interested in helping us maintain this parkland, and we have current investment in the ecology and the site itself right now through our community as well. Last but not least, looking at cost efficiencies. For starters, it's very much cheaper for us to maintain a park as it is than to go find a new one. When we're talking about geographic isolation in the city of Tukwila, we note that 10.86 acres of nice, flat, or relatively flat, even ready-to-be parkland just is not there for us to find, and not even if we were to combine parcels. So the cost of finding that new land, purchasing that new land, and developing it would far exceed the cost of just acquiring the park that we already have. And we have recent examples to compare this to. The city of Renton, about 7-8 miles or so east of this park, they bought the Stoneway 12.5-acre site within the last 6 months or so, and they bought that at an estimated cost of $22 million. So finding this land in the central Puget Sound in King County is very hard to do, if not impossible, and it would be done at a premium. In the case of Crestview Park, if we did find it, it would not be where it is. That would immediately move those recreational assets to a different place and lose that neighborhood need that's there. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. Just to summarize, we have Crestview Park. It's a 10.86-acre park that's under relatively immediate threat of sale, putting a lot of recreational land and ecological land at risk. It's appraised at $5.1 million. It's a proven regional access point for recreation. It isn't just a Tukwila Park. It's a South King County, Central King County Park. It has a lot of ecological use for the 3.5 acres of forest land that's there, and it's slated for continued recreational and ecological investment by the city of Tukwila. And we're looking for the support that we can find to keep it as a park. Thank you for your time. And I'll take questions.
Great, thank you, David. All right, questions on this acquisition? David, go ahead.
Yeah, David, great presentation. You walked through all the criteria extremely well. Hard to find things to actually ask you, but there is something, and I'm not clear where all your match is coming from. That's not clear. You're looking for another You're asking for, as I look in the budget and Prism, you're asking for $1 million, and you say that you're seeking $1 million from the state legislature, but that means there's a big gap still. So where's that money coming from, and what what assurance are you going to try to get a waiver of retroactivity to make sure that you don't lose this property?
No, I think that's a great question. I think we're continuing to work through those questions ourselves. We have relative decent over state appropriation. My understanding is we have a director of strategic relations and government partnerships. He's in discussion with the Port of Seattle as well as Highline Water District. Beyond that, we're still looking to see where we can find these funds. It's a relatively emerging situation, unfortunately, for Highline School District. So at this point, that's what we're kind of able to put forward. We have other funds in hand, but then those might be slated for other projects. So we're continuing to look, but unfortunately, we just can't provide that assurance at the moment. But I guess within the confines of this presentation and within the project, I'm happy to provide what we can provide to give the funding board or anyone kind of greater assurance of what we as a city can or are able to do.
Thank you. And go ahead, and then Corey.
So I would have appreciated just a real short summary statement at the very beginning to understand what the project was. I gathered as it went along, it was acquisition of a park site that had been leased, but I feel like that was kind of a mystery to me for a little bit. And so that would have helped me out. And then maybe I missed it. You talked about there's another park, and you said you were going to tell us about it later. And then I don't know, maybe I missed, maybe I was taking notes when you did, but I never heard how the use of that other park was different.
No, I think that's a great question. And it's something we can write up at my 10, so I'm trying to find ways. So Crystal Springs, just for the good of the order here, Crystal Springs is nearby, but it's a lot more of a forested sort of kind of nice walking natural park than it is Cressy, which is a lot more open space. The main draw, you heard me mention it kind of several times, right, is the dog park. It's a real regional pull from everywhere, and that's just not present at almost any park in the system, much less Crystal Springs. So I can make sure to kind of maybe make that call out here.
Yeah, if you just put in a sentence of what's different about them, because you kind of teased that it was different, and then I kept waiting to hear, well, how is it different?
Sure.
So that would help me.
Gotcha.
That's all I had. Thanks.
Thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Corey, and then Jeff.
Awesome. Thanks, David. Good presentation. I was going to ask for your site sustainability. You talked about the location of the park in terms of it being close to other amenities such as public transit and whatnot. But I think the slide, you just had a picture and some bullet points, but I think a map might be really useful there to see like where are those amenities in relation to the park itself.
Gotcha.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I had the same thing as Ann. I didn't understand at first what was going on. They were acquiring a park. And so I kind of got it when we got the project scope, but it would have been great to have that at the beginning that, this is already a park that you manage. You don't own it, but you maintain it. Like that would have been something up front, would have been maybe understand it quicker, I think. But the other thing for your need, I think you limit it to the city of Tukwila, and I understand that, but you're right on the border of SeaTac. And I don't know what assets are right next to the park in SeaTac side. This map shows a little more than the other one. The other one kind of isolates it to show the freeway areas that cut off, which is great information too and relevant. But I just want to make sure, people don't care where city boundaries are. So I think it's important just to show kind of that SeaTac side too, if you're going to talk about, what parks are near that park also.
Sure. Thank you.
Nice job, though.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Cameron, go ahead.
Just had one comment on your immediacy of threat slide. I was trying to keep up with the verbal portion of it, and then also look at what was on the slide. And it was kind of hard to follow along, and there were a lot of numbers on there. And I don't know if this is helpful feedback or not, but if there's like a way to dumb it down so that it kind of goes along with what you're saying, because I was just like, wait, where's this number coming from? So that's my only thing. But great job
Sorry,
on your presentation.
I'm a fiscal analyst, so I'm looking at spreadsheets every day. So
Yeah, I was like, where is that coming from? Do I have to
yeah,
subtract something? So, yeah, that's it.
you got to carry the one. No, so I can make that kind of that summary of just last 2 years XY kind of thing. But no, thank you very much.
Yeah. Good. Thanks, Cameron. All right. Any final thoughts? All right. Well, thank you, David. Appreciate the presentation. We'll see you again in August.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too. All right. We're going to head south just a short ways. Parks Tacoma. Looks like Henry is here. Hello, Henry. Welcome. You going to present this one?
I am presenting this one. Hey, Carl. Everybody else, thanks for your time.
Excellent.
I know
For
this is a
sure.
long week.
All right. Pulling up your PowerPoint. Oh, security alert, Henry. What'd you do?
I'm high tech over here.
Yeah. I'll enable the content, see what happens. See if I get away with it. All right. You can see that okay?
I can.
All right, I'll pass you control unless you want me to advance for you.
I'll take control.
Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. That should work for you.
Looks like it's working.
Excellent. We'll go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Hello, my name is Henry Smith, and I'm a capital program manager with Parks Tacoma. I used to be an RCO grant manager, so if I was your grant manager, please lay it on me thick. This is your time to dish it back to me. Today, I'm going to be presenting the Galt Property Acquisition Project, which is a single site acquisition project. If acquired, this property would serve as a new neighborhood park for a high-need community. The property is in Western Washington within Pierce County in the city of Tacoma's East Side neighborhood, shown with the star. We are proposing to acquire the 3.4 acre parcel shown in yellow. It's a surplus property owned by Tacoma Public Schools. The site was acquired by Tacoma Public Schools for educational purposes and previously served as ball fields for the former Galt Middle School, which closed in 2009. The adjacent parcel, shown in brown, was the site of that middle school and will be developed into a new campus for a high school. It's the IDEA School, stands for Industrial Design, Engineering, and Art. The target parcel is flat, open, and highly suitable for either park or private development. We're requesting $828,000 in WWRP local parks grant funding, representing 50% of the total project cost. Criteria 1, needs, local priorities. The Parks Tacoma 2024 to 2030 System and Strategic Plan is the agency's foundational document outlining how we will define and achieve our mission, goals, and objectives. One of the plan's key goals is to ensure that every Tacoma resident has a park or open space within a 10-minute walk of their home. While many residents already meet this standard, the plan identifies significant gaps in park access, particularly in South and East Tacoma. To help address these gaps, Parks Tacoma and the Tacoma Public Schools have engaged in an effort to strategically identify surplus properties owned by Tacoma Public Schools within these service area gaps. To date, 5 properties have been identified, and this partnership offers Parks Tacoma the right of first refusal to purchase these properties. The Galt site that we're discussing in this presentation is the first purchase that Parks Tacoma is pursuing from the school district. In addition to addressing a service gap, the 2025 Parks Tacoma Climate Action Plan identified this neighborhood as having some of the highest urban temperatures and lowest tree canopy anywhere in the city. That's baked into this data. I'll have better graphics for you at the evaluation presentation. This slide shows the Galt property marked in a yellow star and its approximate service area outlined by a yellow circle. These are displayed over the Tacoma Equity Index map, which incorporates 29 data points across 5 determinant areas, including accessibility, livability, economy, education, and environmental health. This color scheme can be counterintuitive. Darker red areas represent areas of high access to opportunities, while lighter colors indicate low or very low access. The entire service area for this future park property falls within zones classified as low or very low opportunity according to the Equity Index. This slide again shows the Galt property and service area, this time overlaid on a 10-minute walkshed analysis. The map illustrates that this property will fill a critical walkshed gap. And I don't know if you can see my mouse again, I will have a better slide here. This dark gray color is the existing walksheds, and this white in there is the area that this park will be filling. That's a gap. This graphic shows the Galt property and nearby parks. As shown, the property sits within a densely developed residential neighborhood. You might wonder, isn't that pretty close to Portland Avenue Park up on the upper right hand of your screen? And distance-wise, the answer is yes, but I don't want that to fool you. Fairbanks Street, which runs just to the south of the Galt property, is the steepest hill in Tacoma, and it serves as a topographic barrier with 130 feet of elevation change between the Galt property and Portland Avenue. Portland Avenue, in addition, is one of the city's most dangerous corridors for walking, biking, and driving. So adding green space in the neighborhood on top of the hill is critical. The only other sizable green spaces in this community are the Portland Avenue Reservoir, which is closed to the public, and the IDEA School property. The Galt property, therefore, is the only viable option to add public green space within this area of East Tacoma. Criteria 2. Project scope. The project involves purchasing 3.4 acres of property at an estimated cost of $1.5 million. This estimate was developed through a valuation process and will be refined through an appraisal and an appraisal review. The project budget also includes administrative and incidental costs, bringing the total expected project cost to $1.656 million. Incidental costs for this project include survey work, appraisal review, closing and recording fees, taxes, title costs, and funding for cultural resources and environmental audits. The property currently features an open field, aging backstops, and chain link fencing. And after acquiring the property, Parks Tacoma plans to plant and maintain street trees on the site to reduce urban heat and enhance the natural experience of the property. The project also includes funding for interpretive signage that will share information about the site, including Tacoma and Puyallup tribal history and language. The conceptual plan includes a soccer mini pitch, a small enclosed soccer field that's currently being constructed on the site by Tacoma Public Schools and Street Soccer USA, an open play lawn, a children's play area, rain gardens, and a perimeter walking trail, which connects to the neighborhood. Any future development will be managed under a separate scope. Again, this is an acquisition-only project. Criteria 3, immediacy of threat. Tacoma Public Schools cannot retain surplus properties indefinitely and must receive fair market value from their sale. Therefore, if Parks Tacoma is unable to purchase the property in a timely manner, it's highly likely to be sold for private development. The site comprises nearly a full city block of neighborhood open space, excluding the area being developed as a mini pitch. It is flat and does not contain any known environmental constraints, making it especially attractive in a mature city for residential developers. The property is zoned as urban residential number 1, which allows for townhomes, multifamily units, shops, services, and parks. This property represents open green space that once lost will be very difficult to regain in the neighborhood. If the property is not secured for public use, as we saw earlier, there is no alternative sites available in this area of the city. Criteria 4, site suitability. A 3.4 acre parcel is the appropriate size for a neighborhood park. As discussed, the site's flat topography supports a high level of accessibility, and its current condition provides limited ecological value, which could be enhanced through park development. The property previously functioned as a school ball field, so we know the soils are already well suited for that kind of recreational development. And the site is also adjacent to a future high school, where many young people will be present. According to the 2020 census, the 4 immediate adjacent census tracts, where the Galt property lies kind of right at the intersection of all 4, has a combined population of 17,487, including 470 multi-generational households and 4,775 residents under the age of 18. Being at a high elevation relative to the rest of the city, this property has a territorial view of Mount Rainier, as well as surrounding foothills. And finally, Pierce County Transit has 3 nearby bus routes, providing public transit to the site, the closest being Route 41, which operates 4 blocks west along McKinley Avenue. Criteria 7, project engagement methods. To develop the 2024 to 2030 system and strategic plan, Parks Tacoma conducted extensive public outreach, including focus groups, public meetings, a statistically valid community survey, a recreational trends analysis, and geospatial mapping. Within the East Side neighborhood, 2 in-person focus groups were held in June and September 2023 as part of Parks Tacoma's Co-Create to Recreate initiative. From these focus groups, residents in the Southeast Planning Region validated the results of the community survey, certifying that their top priorities were improving access to soft surface walking trails and expanding tree canopy within parks and along boulevards. Citywide feedback emphasized the importance of preserving green space and investing in trees and natural areas. A separate joint initiative between Tacoma Public Schools and Parks Tacoma, known as the 2026 State of Outdoor Athletic Facilities Report, or Field Study, conducted a comprehensive assessment of both school and park systems. To complement the study, the University of Washington Tacoma's Action Mapping Project surveyed over 10,000 middle school and high school age students within school catchment areas to gather community input. In each East Side catchment area, soccer ranked as either the first or the second most popular activity, informing Tacoma Public Schools to develop the mini pitch. More recently, Tacoma Public Schools has completed community meetings about relocating the Idea School to the adjacent property. As part of these discussions, the community has expressed a desire for the Galt property to become a public park. As with other projects, we aspire for the future high school and park to be designed and developed in tandem. Future site development will be guided by community input collected through online surveys, social media outreach, and in-person events. Criteria 8, project engagement, community. So this graphic shows the full results of the Southeast Planning Region's top investment priorities. This project will address the top 2 needs, as we've discussed, the natural surface walking and hiking trails, and the tree canopy coverage in parks and boulevards through the future perimeter walking trail and neighborhood connections, as well as new tree plantings. It may also support other community priorities, such as a paved walking or hiking trail, public art, dog parks, inclusive playgrounds, and shelter areas. Future development of the site will be shaped by ongoing community engagement. Criteria 9. Project engagement partnerships. This project involves several intergovernmental partnerships that will continue to be explored prior to project evaluation and beyond. The 3 examples are, first, Parks Tacoma has initiated conversations with the Puyallup Tribal Language Program Director about the potential inclusion of tribal language in interpretive signage. Coordination on this effort will continue through site acquisition and development. Second, as we've talked about, Tacoma Public Schools, in partnership with Street Soccer USA, is developing a soccer mini pitch along the southern portion of the property in preparation for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Design and permitting are complete, and construction is currently underway. The completion is expected in June of this year. Street Soccer USA will program the facility until the property transfers to Parks Tacoma ownership, at which point Parks Tacoma will assume programming responsibilities. The facility will remain open to the public outside of programmed hours. Parks Tacoma, jumping the gun. Parks Tacoma has historically collaborated with City of Tacoma on frontage improvements on our properties, pending the results of a levy later this summer. City of Tacoma may be interested in partnering on right-of-way improvements here as well. And last, criteria 11, cost efficiencies. So right now, 100% of the matching funds for this project are coming from 2026 Parks Tacoma bond funding. We had our election in April, bond passed, funds will be in hand for this project. Outside donations are not necessary for project completion. However, we are exploring opportunities for cost efficiencies. First, Parks Tacoma volunteers, staff, and the Tacoma Tree Foundation will be engaged in planting and caring for street trees at this site when the acquisition is closed. 2, Tacoma Public Schools did contribute about $1.2 million towards the design, permitting, construction of the mini pitch. The value of the land will be determined by a review appraisal, but conversations are ongoing with Tacoma Public Schools about donating some or all of the value of this mini pitch as part of the sale. And 3, with the school as an immediate neighbor, there are partnership opportunities for things like maintenance, operations, safety, and security. And with that, thank you for your time and careful consideration of this acquisition project. I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any feedback you've got for me.
Great, thanks, Henry. Questions, comments on this project? Jeff, go ahead.
Okay, Henry, you're on the other side of the table now. So nice job. Trying to get picky here on a couple things. Feel like you covered most points. I really liked the intro. It kind of set the table for us and made it easy to understand what was happening. One thing I'd say, maybe if some of the slides, a few less words, if they could be bulleted or just potentially could be, yeah, I'm just looking as you flip through there, but I get some of the data could be straight from the plan, so you may not want to do that, but some of it, other ones you may just want to try to reduce some of the words a little bit. Do you like the images? The one thing I would say is there additional information related directly to the new school and maybe that engagement or how they're going to utilize the park, if that's something that could be utilized for the application process. And then also you referenced a little bit of the ongoing maintenance. And I'm just curious if that's going to be a concern, especially as you additionally try to target more of these school sites and add to your O&M costs, and especially in a difficult O&M climate for all of us right now.
Good questions. Well, I'll be sure to bring that back when we get to evaluation. Thanks, Jeff. And we will definitely do a better job showing, not telling.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ann.
So I had two basic comments. One was just about the amount of text per slide. And what I've been telling other people is put in more slides, have less information per slide. And then the other thing is you were a little over time. So just be, you know how it goes, but
yep,
just, I was timing it. You were a little over.
Yep. Thank you, Ann.
Yep, just about 1 minute over.
Okay.
Other thoughts? Not bad for tech review. This one in particular, Henry, I think you spoke quite a while sitting on this slide. And, as you know, you can flip through multiple slides kind of as you're telling the story.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Will do.
All right. Anything else? That mini pitch is going to be completed, right? Probably because it's underway already. And so you'll already have a developed facility on the parcel you're buying. So that's pretty cool. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right. It's like we're good. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, looks like we made it to another break, a little ahead of time. See you back here at 3:40 for City of Olympia project. Hey, Sarah.
Hello.
Hey, looks like you're presenting this for Olympia.
I am, yes.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right. All right, looks like folks are back from the break. Let me share your PowerPoint. And you want me to pass controls over to you? Is that your preference? Or I could advance them, whatever you want.
Yeah, you can pass them over to me. That'd be great.
Okay, cool. All right, click on the screen and that should activate it for you. There it goes. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, great. Hello, I'm Sarah G. Noble with the City of Olympia Parks, Arts, and Recreation Department, and I'm excited to present a development grant proposal for Rebecca Howard Park. The City of Olympia is located in Thurston County, which is in the southern tip of the Puget Sound. This project site is centrally located in downtown Olympia and is nestled between historic downtown and the Capitol campus. The park site is located in a small residential neighborhood and is directly adjacent to Olympia's downtown library branch. This is the current condition of the park, and we want to go from this to this. The overall goal of this park is to transform the space into a vibrant park that honors and celebrates Olympia's Black community through a multi-use storytelling space. For this development project, we will be focusing on phase 1 of the design, which is this specific area. In downtown Olympia, there are 5 city-owned parks, including Rebecca Howard. Each offer unique uses to the community: waterfront boardwalk, water fountain, seasonal ice rink, and pump track. There are also 5 parks in the downtown area that are managed by other jurisdictions. The addition of these parks adds another layer of activities: performance spaces, wading stream, walking trail, and other types of passive recreation. Another layer of downtown inventory is cultural interpretive spots. There is a location dedicated to Chinese history, a Japanese garden, and a historical marker for Black-owned homestead. Lastly, existing inventory of art focused on celebrating the Black community. Currently, there is one mural of Rebecca Howard, a Black pioneer whom this park is named after. This park development meets several needs in the community. It meets the need for more parks and green space downtown. It meets the need for a new park use, a cultural hub that uplifts the stories of Olympia's Black community while providing a safe place to gather and connect. It will provide Black-centered art and education, which helps expand the need for representation and inclusion in downtown. Community members emphasize the importance of connecting the experiences at Rebecca Howard Park to the broader city, showing that Black history, creativity, and impact exist everywhere in Olympia. This park can guide visitors outward, like a web, inviting them to notice, engage with, and create more spaces of belonging throughout the city. This park is currently used by neighbors, office workers, community members attending the annual Juneteenth event, library patrons, and houseless individuals. The anticipated use of this park expands the user groups by welcoming more people into the park with spaces designed for large and small group gathering options that can accommodate more events and programming, a connection with the library for events or book groups, and educational opportunities for school groups. Overall, creating a more welcoming space that celebrates Olympia's Black community and culture. The vision for this park came during the Black Lives Matter movement in summer 2020, when a member of the Black community expressed the need for a park that provides opportunities for peace and healing, and this site location was identified. Juneteenth celebrations every year have activated the park, and in 2021, it was named after Rebecca Howard, who was a well-respected Black businesswoman from the late 1800s who owned and operated a successful hotel and restaurant. This park development was identified in Olympia's 2022 Parks Plan as a community need to have a space for community gathering and healing. The Rebecca Howard Park Plan was completed in fall of 2025 as a guiding document largely informed by Olympia's Black community. The existing park is 0.34 acres and is mostly lawn with several mature fruit trees, arbors, trellises, and a small paved patio and walkway. The site slopes steeply to the southwest with 8 feet of grade change from the highest point to the lowest point. The north and east sides of the park are bordered by public streets and existing sidewalk and planter strips. The west property line abuts a private residence, and the south line is a narrow gravel alley. The park is directly south of the downtown Olympia Public Library. And again, this is the full vision for the space. And this is the phase 1 of the project, which we'll be focusing on and going over the components of the design for. This park will be built out in a phased approach with the park phase being developed first. There is a building phase that consists of a community hub with a cafe and meeting room, as well as expansion of the cultural garden beds. There is also a festival street phase, which converts 9th Avenue to a flexible space that connects the park to the library and transitions easily to a pedestrian-centric plaza for larger events. In the park phase, there is a large gathering lawn for events with seating options along a circular concrete wall and accessible pathways around the perimeter. The gathering lawn also provides plenty of space for relaxation or passive activities during non-event times. There is a smaller, more intimate space for small group gatherings to share ideas or have quiet reflection. Art is a large component of this park design, but is not covered in this grant program. But the park should be full of stories in many forms, woven into the very elements of the space. Immersive storytelling can happen through interpretive signage, a storytelling medium that can be straightforward and educational, as well as playful or experiential. Immersive storytelling can happen through cultural plantings. Storytelling gardens can share ancestral traditions and stories of local Black gardeners. A stakeholder group of community members and city staff developed 5 purpose and goal statements to guide this work from the beginning. To celebrate, honor, and recognize the local history and contributions of our African American and Black community members. To find common ground with each other through storytelling, performance, and art. To provide a safe place for peace and healing. To promote equity, respect, and learning as we build community together. To build strong connections with the surrounding neighbors and organizations. Safety in this park came up a lot in our community discussions. These are some of the ways that the Black community members felt safe. Representations centering Blackness and seeing other Black people using the space. Respect for the space and the people that use it. Visibility, a sense of enclosure without blocking sight lines. Safety, but not security. No cameras or surveillance. Commitment from the city to set expectations on behavior. Maintenance, a park that is well cared for feels safer. This park should ensure that people of all abilities, body types, and mobility needs can fully participate, feel welcome, and connect with nature and community. Paths that are smoothed, well-maintained surfaces, provide clear boundaries, and gentle slopes where possible. Gathering and resting areas with wheelchair-accessible areas and flexible seating for all body types. Information and communication should be clear and readable text on signage and visually prominent wayfinding cues. A cost estimate for each phase was developed by a subconsultant on the project and updated by our parks engineer for phase 1. The overall total of the development is $653,000. The City of Olympia qualifies for the 10% match program for this site location. We worked with community members in 3 different ways. A steering committee of Black cultural advocates was formed and met 9 times over the planning process. 2 community design advocates were hired from the steering committee to help organize outreach events and center underrepresented voices. And we invited Olympia's Black community into the design process in a range of public events. Over the course of the planning process, over 1,000 comments were documented through various engagement activities, such as in-person workshops, tabling events, community celebrations, focus groups, and one-on-one conversations, as well as digital options, including online surveys, storytelling websites, and social media. Rather than a single opportunity for community input, there was a larger process of building relationships and momentum for this project and programming the park in the long term. What we heard from the community was that this park should have gathering spaces at different scales, provide comfortable, plentiful, accessible places to sit and stay, use of circular forms for community building and inclusion, surround visitors with green spaces that give a sense of enclosure, intergenerational spaces that invite participation from all ages, interpretive signage to share stories from past, present, and future, places to rest and relax to find peace and healing. They want bright colors and art included to bring a sense of joy and play. For this park to be culturally alive, historically accurate, and activated, intentional investment is needed in community partnerships, lowering barriers in community activation and nurturing relationships built during the planning process. Timberland Library has been a great partner in this design process, tabling events and providing feedback. Both of the cultural design advocates hired during the planning process held events in the park and are continuing those events this year. Looking for connections with local Black youth or student-led organizations to ensure this park feels like a safe and inspiring place for young people to gather. Here are some sustainability and climate resilience recommendations for this project. Select drought-tolerant, pollinator-friendly plantings featuring Black cultural plants. Preserve existing trees where possible and add new shade trees. Fix stormwater issues on site. Multimodal access with bus routes on either side of the other side of the library, a walkable neighborhood, and bike infrastructure nearby. Some cost efficiencies for this project include a phased approach, which will allow the plans to be adjusted to available funds without delaying the project, which the community wants to see built. Like many of our park projects, Olympia will provide the construction documentation in-house, which generally allows a significant savings compared to contracting them out. Discussions with local garden group regarding managing the cultural plantings in the park, as well as any specialized plant donations. This development centers Black healing by creating a welcoming intergenerational space that brings life, beauty, and connection to downtown Olympia. The elements of this park make the space open, inclusive, and rooted in Black community, honoring the past while creating a vibrant place for healing, gathering, and envisioning the future. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Sarah. All right, questions or suggestions on this project? David, go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah, a couple things. First, hopefully, and I might have missed it in what you covered here, but to understand why this park was picked for that theme of celebrating the Black community. So trying to understand the context and how that community actually picked this location. Demographics of the neighborhood, things like that might be helpful to make sure that this is a place that they chose. Would be important. Second thing is I'm just kind of wondering, there's a house right next door and you have a phased approach. And so the idea of putting a building in after you already developed this first phase seems to be really a destructive process, and trying to understand um, how that might come about and even why it can come about. Why can't we? Is there any ability for you to do the project all in one fell swoop? It's probably more than you can chew, but just trying to understand how that phasing actually would come about would be important.
Mm-hmm.
Good, thank you. Go ahead, Anne.
Great presentation. Most of your slides were really good, but there were a few where the text was kind of small. So take a look at that. And then on slide 12, where you're showing the different kinds of parks, it would be been helpful to me to have a little key of what the colors mean. Because you went through them, but then by the time you got to this part, I'm like, what does red mean again?
Gotcha.
So
That's great. Okay.
I think we just have a little color coding would be helpful. That's all I had.
Great. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Anne. Any other suggestions? You did a nice job, Sarah. I think you hit all the criteria and you're exactly at 12 minutes. So
Okay.
well done. There was one slide, the only thing I thought of, I mean, really nitpicky stuff. You were talking about directions, like in the Northwest and Northeast, maybe just slap some labels on there so we know. I think North was to the right on that particular slide, but just so we.
Great.
So it's easier to follow as you're talking about.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you again. And you'll be getting some written feedback as well when your grants manager returns the application. So.
Okay. Perfect. Great. Thanks so much, everybody. Appreciate
it.
All
right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, moving to the Port of Grays Harbor. Hi, Alyssa.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pull up your PowerPoint for you. There we go. Can you see that?
I can.
All right. And if you'd like, I'll pass control to you, or I could advance the slides, whatever you want.
If you want to pass control to me, that would be great.
Okay. There you are. Okay, go ahead and click on the screen. Make sure that activates for you.
Okay.
Yep. Great. Well, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Sounds good. How do I get back? There we go. Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Shea, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Port of Grays Harbor. Also joining us is Luke Donaldson, and he is going to be participating in the presentation as well. He's our project engineer. I am responsible for management of the Port's East Grays Harbor County properties, which includes Sterling Landing. And we're here today to present our project for renovating the public access facilities at Sterling Landing.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Luke Donaldson with the Port of Grays Harbor. The project location is a largely undeveloped and primitive waterfront recreation site. We are proposing to renovate the existing facilities on site to fulfill our goals for making this site accessible to all members of the community, connecting visitors with the natural areas of Grays Harbor, maintaining the property in a manner that enables user safety, and of course, utilizing our financial resources efficiently to invest in the needs of our recreational area and those who use them. The recreation opportunities provided by this project are primarily fishing, wildlife viewing, walking, boating, and other water sports. Next slide, please. Thank you. This map here shows our project location in proximity to the rest of the state. Sterling Landing is a recreational facility located in Grays Harbor County, just outside the city of Montesano. It's about an hour from the Pacific coast. It's also adjacent to the scenic Olympic Peninsula Loop, and we're centrally located between Portland and Seattle, and a tourist destination for many visitors traveling to our nearby beaches and the Olympic Peninsula. The site map covers the site's existing and proposed features here. Sterling Landing covers over 28 acres of access to public lands on the Wainuchi River, as well as 2 large ponds you can see there, with riparian areas spread throughout the parcel. The property has river access for fishing and swimming as well, and over half a mile of walking trails, as well as ample parking. And just to cover a brief history of the site, Sterling Landing, the past management of this site, prior to becoming a park, was the property was used for gravel excavation. And then in 1988, the property was donated to the nonprofit Trout Unlimited. And starting in the early 1990s, it was developed as a recreational facility that could be used by all, where they could access recreational lands and the beauty of Western Washington State. And in 2014, the nonprofit owner of Sterling Landing ended up choosing the Port of Grace Harbor to take over the long-term management and preservation of the property, as well as the nearby Friends Landing facility. And the port's vision of providing public access to our waterfront and promoting tourism for the region was a perfect fit to manage this unique waterfront asset. And in 2016 rather, the port was granted an easement through the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife's land to access Sterling Landing. And over the past several years, we've maintained the site by regularly grading the parking lot as well as the access road and removing waste debris from the site as funding allows.
So Sterling Landing is a unique property in that it provides much needed access to the Wynoochee River while offering both the Grace Harbor community, Washington State residents, and other visitors multiple modes of outdoor recreation amenities. Our public park is conveniently located near the communities of Montesano and Central Park, as well as Highway 12. The local value is critical to improving mental and physical health, connecting people with the environment and attracting visitors that will ultimately benefit the local economy. The highest user demand occurs during the renowned winter run of Steelhead on the Wynoochee River, as one of the only public bank fishing spots for that around this area. And the park is also frequently used in the summer months for swimming and other water sports. Here, nearby public lands in the vicinity of Sterling Landing are shown on the map. Most are dedicated to habitat conservation or do not have extensive or consistent public use, leaving a gap in services for parks with water access. For example, the nearby Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife South Montesano boat ramp is closed until further notice due to flooding and erosion. This gap is especially important in Grace Harbor County, where the median household income is 30 to 35% lower than the state average. The need for this project was identified in a 2022 user survey and prioritized in the port's recreation lands and facilities plan. In our survey, we asked our community what they would like to see improved, and the survey indicated the greatest public interest was in improving existing facilities, but in particular trail development, followed by public restrooms and viewing areas. Addressing these local priorities further, most of those who completed the survey are local to the central Grace Harbor area, as shown in the graph on the left. Therefore, it is important that Sterling Landing remains open to the public year-round, offering locals continuous and dependable recreational access. To emphasize the uses offered at Sterling Landing, the graph on the right shows the diversity of activities and needs fulfilled for different user groups. However, the site is easily accessible for handicapped and disabled community members.
So the site has several existing built features, including a gravel parking lot, a road gate, and primitive walking trail loops, as well as the river access road. And the natural features include the Wynoochee River and those two ponds. The existing trail will be resurfaced as part of this proposal and the parking lot regraded. Fencing around the parking lot perimeter will be installed to protect riparian areas from disturbance. And at the access point to the river, another road gate, signage, and bollards will be installed. And bollards and signage will be installed at trailheads as well to encourage only pedestrian usage of those trails for user safety. And we'll also prioritize adding a restroom and a trash receptacle because that was the feedback given by users from that 2022 survey. Other new additions include security lighting with associated electrical work and a service connection as well. These renovations are directly reflect the highest priorities and the needs expressed by users. The design intent for this project is to meet the needs we had identified through community feedback and the existing site conditions. rather than expanding development. We're intentionally improving the existing facility footprint to preserve the natural setting of Sterling Landing and reduce disturbance to the environment. The design formalizes existing use and addresses current constraints on public safety and usability, particularly at designated access points along the pedestrian walking trails. And then lastly, this project design fits. It fulfills the management goals by improving accessibility for users of all abilities. The total estimated project cost on this table you can see is $396,000 based on an itemized design, permitting, and construction components. Those major costs include site preparation and utility installation, as well as the fencing and facility design. The budget was estimated using unit bid analyses and engineers' estimates on previous related and similar projects. Final cost includes that 3% escalation per annum, as well as Washington state sales tax. And since design, permitting, and the cultural resources are included in this proposal, we anticipate starting those pre-construction phases approximately 1 year prior to construction for the site to be to start site work in late 2028.
So as we mentioned previously, in 2022, we completed a formal community survey to help gather feedback on our recreation plan. We received survey feedback from 131 users, and this influenced our decision to apply for the grant. We also received informal user feedback through online reviews as well, and phone calls, emails, and in-person discussions. Perhaps most notably in 2024, we had 2 serious public safety incidents occur at the property where we ultimately decided to temporarily close the facility so that we could develop a plan to address the safety impacts. And during that time, we worked closely with the Grace Harbor Sheriff's Department, Fish and Wildlife, and users to develop a plan. When the site was closed, we actually had users from around the Olympic Peninsula and beyond reach out about their concerns in keeping this area open to the public and offer their feedback, and it helped us develop further partnerships with users who had great ideas for the future as reflected today. We've continued to work closely with Grace Harbor County Fish and Wildlife and the Sheriff's Department, as well as a user group. I actually have a Sterling Landing user group where I send out periodic informal updates to a group of fishermen who use the site, and they provide their feedback, and they're all very supportive of and want to see the improvements we're proposing to make. We also, as you can see, monitor our online feedback, as well as you can see from the quotes from Google we've attached here. And because of the public safety incidents I mentioned, it strengthened our relationship and partnership with both the Grace Harbor Sheriff's Department and Fish and Wildlife, who is our direct neighbor. And now they are more responsive in meeting with us and assisting us with helping to manage and patrol the safety at the site. And that has initiated several conversations regarding the future, but they also keep us very much up to date on any kind of suspicious activity or safety issues at the site. So that partnership has been greatly enhanced. As far as sustainability, we are very focused on ensuring our site resources are managed properly. One of the main features of this project is protecting riparian areas from off-road vehicle disturbance. That is why we are placing the fencing in those areas and bollards around the trail areas. And damage to those riparian areas has been a very big ongoing problem for us. And then along with sustainability, culturally, fishing is very important in our area, not only to all local residents, to a lot of people around the Olympic Peninsula, as well as our local tribal members who utilize this site. As far as cost efficiencies, the land was previously donated to us about 10 years ago and is owned by the port, so there is no land acquisition cost. At this time, one of the greatest cost efficiencies is reducing damage to our property by installing the fencing, bollards, and other protections to protect the riparian areas and public access. And with that, we would be happy to take any feedback you have on our project.
Great, thank you, Alyssa and Luke, appreciate that. Thoughts or suggestions from the committee? David, go ahead.
I may have missed the details, but you only have $12,000 for restroom. So what's the plan there, and is that adequate?
We'll be
Go ahead, Luke.
focused. Yeah, I'll cover that. $12,000 for it's just going to be a portable restroom, as well as a concrete foundation that'll also be for the trash receptacle. So just like a 15 foot by 15 foot foundation where we can put that portable restroom. So it's not a vault toilet.
Gotcha. Thank you. And go ahead.
Thank you. So I felt like your introduction was a kind of long. Remember that doesn't score you any points. And so maybe you could move some of that information into the criteria that does score points. And then slide 6, you were showing various, yeah, it would be helpful if you had the project site as maybe a different symbol just to help us remember what's the name of this project. Remember, we're watching 62 projects this week. And so anything you can do to make it easier for us is greatly appreciated. It just help keep us on track and absorbing all your information. That's all I had.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. Go ahead, Mary.
And I may have missed this. I did see the budget slide for the total of $396,000, but I didn't get what the grant request was. How much?
It was a $198,000 match. So
Okay.
50% from both organizations, 198,000.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody said, we've got a lot of these, and sometimes things get lost in the slides. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, did you check to see if this site qualifies for match reduction? Because you mentioned some of the income and demographic information.
It does not.
It does not, okay. On this slide too, you also mentioned the names of like Montesano, and so I think it'd be important, like I'm not sure which little gray blob is which, like just the names of the towns on there, because we talked about proximity to, is it Deer Park and anyway, just so we know which is which. Central Park, sorry, not Deer Park. It's right there on the slide, look at that.
Yeah, we appreciate the feedback. Any further feedback would be appreciated and welcome.
Yeah, Mary, did you have anything else? Or just slide? That's fine. Any other thoughts from the committee? All right. Yeah, and we do allow just the restroom. I saw that too. I was like, oh, it's pretty low. And then I read the notes and it's like, okay, just yeah. We allow like a foundation or even a fenced enclosure. We can't help you pay for the actual porta potty. Probably know that, but
yeah, we understand that. Yeah. It's basically just the foundation is what contributed to that cost.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, you'll be getting written feedback as well. The evaluators write comments as well as your grants manager. And then when they return the application, you'll have all that. And then we'll see you again in August.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate it very much.
Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. We got one more this afternoon, moving to the city of Vader. And it looks like it is Joe presenting this one. Not sure who's there. Mayor Shea.
Good afternoon. It's Shy.
Oh, Shy. Sorry. I think I did that 2 years ago too. Apologies.
No worries. You and
Welcome.
quite literally everyone else does it. So.
Well, that's good. I'm not alone. All right, I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. And do you want me to pass you controls or advance the slides on your behalf?
Oh, I should probably do it.
All righty. Find you in my list. There you are. All right, go ahead and click on the screen. That should activate it for you. All right.
All right.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Joe Shy, and I'm the volunteer mayor of the city of Vader. Today, I'd like to introduce Phase 2 of Vader's McMurphy Park Development Project. Vader is located in southwest Washington, 3 miles off of I-5, halfway between Longview and Chehalis. We are a small but growing city with 5 city employees. Our mayor, city council, planning committee, and parks board are all volunteer. McMurphy Park is 13 acres and was donated to the city of Vader in 2002 by lifelong resident Dolores McMurphy. The property and offerings have remained unchanged since its opening in 2007. It offers acres of rolling lawns, easy creek access, and trails. An important feature to note is the topography of the park. There is a substantial slope in the middle, creating an upper and lower area to the park. There are 3 phases of development planned for our park. The first phase is funded, with pre-construction consultant work still in progress. The goals for this project, the second phase, will include installation of a small playground structure in the upper part of the park, near the Phase 1 RV area and restrooms. In the lower part of the park, the addition of a swing set in the picnic area, along with a much-needed second restroom facility. Outside of Vader city limits, parks in the area are separated by many miles. The 2 regional parks with similar offerings and size are Winnequa Park in Winlock or South County Park in Toledo. Realistically, our families need to travel anywhere from 8 to 20 miles or more for larger parks that provide features similar to McMurphy. Most do not offer water access, which McMurphy does. Many users of our park are not from Vader, with our park serving a much larger region than just the city. McMurphy Park is one of 2 developed Vader City parks. Our other park, Worden, is small and hosts an amazing playground and 2 small shelters. McMurphy is the only city-owned space that can accommodate large events like the Vader May Day Festival, car shows, outdoor music gatherings, and wedding events. It's already heavily used, but doesn't yet have the infrastructure needed to properly serve the users. A single park is not enough. The new upgrades at Worden, made possible by previous RCO grant support, have been a great success. Lots located less than half a mile from McMurphy, Worden Park is experiencing high usage on a daily basis. To reduce overcrowding that has been occurring, public feedback suggests a demand for another space that would better accommodate pets, larger gatherings, festivals, and other events. Despite its lack of infrastructure, McMurphy sees high use all year long. Daily joggers, dog walkers, a weekly nature school, and various nonprofit events take place rain or shine. The park is exceptionally busy during the warm weather months and is a very popular destination to escape the summer heat. The creek borders the entire western edge of the park, all shaded by trees. Over the last 2 years, a nonprofit was formed by residents called Friends of Little Falls. Their goal is to fast-track what would have been Phase 3 at McMurphy, which is an amphitheater. They've been hosting large outdoor concerts at the park since 2024, raising funds for the structure. They have already secured most of the funding needed and hope to break ground later this year. The Southwest Washington Regional Transportation Planning Organization, part of the Cowlitz-Wahkiakum Council of Governments, has included McMurphy Park in its Regional Trails Plan. The goal: extend the Willapa Hills Trail from Chehalis down to Vader, ending at McMurphy Park. This would make McMurphy Park a hub of activity for both casual users and organized events on this already heavily used trail system. We expect the city parks to become even busier. There is historically high growth in the region and in Vader, and the city is doing what it can to be proactive in its park offerings for current and future residents. The active housing developments within the city will add 20% more units. There are housing development proposals that could double the size of the city. The city has nearly completed the process of annexing in nearly all of its urban growth area into the city limits. Once annexed, this will not only add about 30% more residential units to the city, but further expand higher density growth in the newly annexed areas. To put it plainly, the city is growing quickly, the demands on our parks are going up, and we're being proactive in meeting the demands of our community. The Vader community, when compared to state averages, has distinct challenges. Vader's population is below the state median income, has a higher disability rate, and higher body mass index and higher mortality rate. That's that slide. Excuse me. We frequently receive public input about the parks. In both 2019 and 2025, a community survey was performed both online and in person at local events. Feedback specifically directed at McMurphy Park was instrumental in creating this three-phase development project. Both the City Parks Master Plan and City Comprehensive Plan list these upgrades as priorities. The park entrance leads to a one-way loop gravel road. The only utility is electricity at a shed used for security cameras. There are no water or sewer services yet. 3 small portable bathrooms are in the heavy use area near the creek. No official designated parking exists, with visitors parking randomly on the grass. The toilets are small, uncomfortable, fill fast, and need frequent pumping during the summer. Visitors often resort to relieving themselves in wooded areas around the creek as an alternative or leaving the park prematurely. We have 3 official picnicking areas and 6 tables with barbecue grills. Our park board continues to expand on trail offerings. There are no marked or designated parking areas. Vehicles usually park on the adjacent grass spaces near the loop road. This limits use to drier months. It has also created an issue with driving and parking in the trees, fields, picnicking areas, and sometimes even in the creek. Fire hazards created by hot vehicles on dry grass is also a concern. The first phase is funded, but construction has not yet started as consultant work is still ongoing. This will start the development of the park and includes installing a septic system, connecting to a city water, installing a large restroom with showers, and constructing a small RV area with space for a park host. Phase 2, the application today, includes some small but key elements towards the full development of the park. In the upper area of the park, a small play structure will be installed near the main restroom facility and RV area. This would add a new recreation element to the park and enhance the RV area experience, which will attract more park users. In the lower area of the park, a smaller but much needed restroom building will be added. Gravel parking will be added in the restroom area. Lastly, still in the lower area of the park, a small swing set will complement the picnic area and add another experience not yet available at the park. We anticipate 3 phases to the future development of McMurphy Park. Each phase is intended to be its own complete project, designed to enhance the phase that came before it. The natural slope topography is integrated into the final park layout. Facilities requiring septic will be on the upper elevation at grade with the city road. Phase 1, in green, includes a small RV area with hookups that would allow for a permanent security park host and a large restroom with showers. Phase 2, in yellow, includes play structures and lower restrooms. Phase 3, in purple, creates a large event shelter that overlooks the creek, along with paved parking. Previously, the city planned for Phase 3 to be the amphitheater at the base of the hill. However, the Citizen Action Group has taken ownership of this project and intends to build it as a donation to the city. The restroom facility is a precast concrete 2-user structure. It's fully ADA compliant, is durable for long lifespan and low maintenance, and includes solar-powered features for lighting and ventilation. This addresses issues that users currently have in the lower area of the park, such as accessibility, comfort, and cleanliness. In the upper area of the park, the play structure will include nature-themed elements to blend in with the park environment. It creates a safe play space away from the creek waters and is a new recreational opportunity in the park. Ample seating will be available. This will further create a draw to the park and enhance the RV area experience. A small swing set with themed seating is included in the lower area of the park. Parking is haphazard in the park. Adding gravel parking spaces, especially near the new lower bathrooms, will assist with reducing fire hazards from parking on grass and reducing erosion from bare areas that are frequently trafficked. The park is higher in elevation at the road than at the creek. This creates the upper zone and the lower zone as discussed. The full park plan not only takes this into consideration, but takes advantage of this feature in the design elements of the park. When selecting our facility locations for this property, we've taken into consideration any shoreline boundary restrictions and have flexibility to adjust improvement locations as needed. The items in the budget are a combination of actual quoted prices and calculated costs by our building and permitting city staff. The largest part of the project's costs are the restroom building and the play structure elements. The bathroom and its features are manufacturer quotes and include delivery and install. The play structure and swings are also manufacturer quotes and include delivery, install, and EWF play surface material. The city staff and volunteers will be responsible for the small amount of excavation and installation of drain rock and drain fabric. Prices for the other accessories and supplies were sourced from readily available retail listings. With heavy use the park already sees, bathroom facilities in other areas of the park are not optional but necessities. These amenities are public expectation and not optional. Local involvement and input is continuous. The Parks Board holds monthly public meetings. Announcements are posted in city newsletters, newspapers, businesses, and social media. As part of the City of Parks and Recreation Master Plan, open houses for both online and paper surveys were conducted in order to solicit the widest possible feedback. Through the open houses and surveys, significant data was gathered, and the public input was instrumental and directly impacted the final design. The city did its best to hear from all residents despite their challenges. Surveys were not only online, but paper copies were provided throughout the city to capture input from those without an online presence. These were in public spaces around the city and mailed in all resident utility bills. A booth was set up at the Vader May Day Festival to advertise and take in-person feedback. The City Parks Board created and presented the park design and estimates to City Council and received wonderful feedback. Council supported and approved a plan. Community support continues to be strong. City volunteers, clubs, and local church groups are excited to see the new improvements. 2 times in 2023, we had different Scout youth complete their Eagle Scout projects at McMurphy Park. Partial park maintenance is provided by volunteers performing trail work and the Nature School picking up trash. Community members, the Lions Club, and local church groups regularly donate time and money, showing their passion for the city parks. The nonprofit Friends of Little Falls is holding regular fundraising events to build the McMurphy Park Amphitheater, saving the city tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. The plan takes sustainability into account. It integrates upgrades into the natural topography of the land instead of changing it. Our latest comprehensive plan has a dedicated climate planning element. We took into consideration city tree canopy and green space goals, as well as health, air quality, and energy considerations. Formal parking will keep vehicles away from the creek and off the grass, reducing wildfire risks. Creating and encouraging local park use both removes street traffic and promotes healthier lifestyle. The design of the new restroom is inherently low maintenance and fire resistant, and the overall park design is within Vader Public Works capabilities to maintain. The social impacts are many. Not only will these three phase 2 upgrades provide new physical activity options in the way of playground features, but enhancements to the restroom facility will promote more social gatherings at the park. Promoting these large events like the concerts provides community building and social connections. In short, it makes for a more connected community. Economic benefits were a consideration. The concrete restroom is favorable over other materials due to its long-term durability, low maintenance requirements, competitive construction costs, reduced insurance rates, and energy efficiency by using all solar-powered fixtures. The entire park design promotes tourism, which is a driver for many of the city goals. Vader is a low-income community, both in resident income and the city government's small budget. Low cost and high value are always key. Similar to previously completed projects in the city, this is volunteer-led with volunteer labor in conjunction with city staff resources. Project management will be handled by volunteers. While not calculated, savings of tens of thousands of dollars are likely in this project phase alone because of volunteer labor. While originally part of phase 3, volunteers are contributing hundreds of thousands of dollars of the labor and donations to build the amphitheater. Private grants will also be sought to offset phase 2 costs, just as in previous RCO projects. And this is another look of the final dream for the park. And thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. All right, questions, feedback from the committee? Anne, go ahead. And then Cameron.
So, very nice job on the presentation. This is my third time on the committee, so I've been watching this project evolve, and it's nice to see it continue. I only had a few comments. A few times you showed some survey results with graphs, and it was really too small to see it. So if there's something you wanted to emphasize of what people were, what some of the longer bars were that people were asking for, that would be useful. Yeah, like that. So, I guess you do have, but it is really small. So I don't know, maybe do just one of those per slide or something so that it can be blown up a little bit more so we can see it better.
Okay.
And then on slide 12, you were talking about a trail, and it would have been helpful to me to just see on the map. So what's the trail that we're talking about? Or if it's something different, maybe it needs its own slide. And that's really all I had.
Great, thank you, Anne. Cameron, go ahead.
Nice job on the presentation. It was very fast paced. And there's a lot of text on the slides too. So for my brain, it's hard to listen and then try to understand like what's shown on the slide. So like for example, this one, you have the different colors on the map. And I can't really orient myself on that map either, but you do have like kind of this legend that says red represents this, pink represents this. Because it went by so fast, it was really difficult to kind of place what those things were. So I think if you are going to maintain that speed, maybe have less text on the slide, just so I don't know, I don't want to speak for everyone else, but for me, it was really difficult to try to read everything and comprehend what you're saying. I know it's a lot to go over. Just my brain was just like, oh, it's a lot, and it's good to include that information, but it was difficult for me to keep up.
Yeah, thanks, Cameron. You did pack a lot in, that's for sure. Other thoughts, suggestions? When is that? Wait, oh, sorry, David, go ahead. You go first.
Yeah, sorry. Knowing a little bit more about well, first off, it's really impressive, all the volunteer things. I mean, the sense of community that you're building with the park and the volunteers and building pavilion is just outstanding. So kudos to you, and keep on highlighting that. But it did raise a question to me, is like, you didn't identify how you got all that funding for phase one, and that's kind of, I bet that's a pretty good story too. So you might want to tout that as part of it. You didn't say how you got that funding too. So just
Came from you guys, but I will say that in there.
that's fine. It's good to know that it's a continued investment in this thing, and I think this is my first time through it, so I didn't know that it came from RCO. So that's good to know.
Thanks, David. What's the timing on that amphitheater? I know you said that you have a whole volunteer crew ready to build it and donate it, but is
Yeah,
that happening sooner or later?
Yeah, so they're hoping later this year or maybe early next year. So they've got most of the funding they need. They've sourced so much of the materials needed as donations already as well. So like the roofing is coming from a roofing company for free. The lumber is coming from a lumber company for free. And so really what they're trying to do is raise funds for all the concrete. That's a big expense. They already have an engineered plan from a firm, and that was shown in one of the slides. So that's ready to go. It's just raising more money. And like I said, they've had a number of concerts already and other fundraisers, and all that money goes right back into the park. And so they're excited to get that done. So they're hoping this summer. They've got several concert series planned down there. One is in 2 weeks, and they're just moving right ahead. So it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen soon.
Yeah, that's great. Right. All right, any final thoughts? All right. Well, thanks so much for your presentation. Appreciate it. We'll see you. You'll get some written feedback as well.
Excellent.
As you know, you've been through the process before, but yeah, and then we'll see you again in August.
Super. Thank you very much.
All right.
Have a good day. You
too. All right. Well, thanks everyone. That brings us to the end of day 3 of our WWRP Local Parks Technical Review. We have another nearly full day tomorrow. Will be our last day, although we'll wrap up just a little bit earlier.